Sights and sounds of earth. The 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 sights and sounds
Welcome. This is a special live edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth, where we're going to be covering severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. We had one just before I went live. It takes time to go live. It takes like 15 or 20 minutes once I decide to go live, because I have to make thumbnails and I have to make the text, the description, the keywords. All that stuff has to be done with the help of AI, of course, and then it all has to be input. I have to fill out all the screens, who's in what square. It takes about 15 minutes. And so by the time I went live, they had allowed that particular warning to expire. We've got a number of storm chasers here. We've got 3 of them on the map. And I think Corey Gherkin he's in the upper right. Yeah, he's in the upper right. We got Brandon Montgomery here on Weatherwise. Below him, we've got Jaden Peppenheim, and he is also coming in via Weatherwise. And then via YouTube, we've got Storm Chaser Corey Gherkin, Storm Chaser John McKenney, Storm Chaser Tornado Peggy, and also Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. And so we're going to be keeping an eye on all these guys here going forward for the next hour or two. So what do we got going on? Well, let's zoom out and take a look at what we've got. I'm going to remove the side panel here so I have a little more room. All right, let's put this into composite mode so we can see all the radar sites combined at one time. Before we do that, let's look at the outlook. Here's where we're looking at problems tonight. Texas. Looks like right here in the main part of the western Texas here, the threat for tornadoes tonight and severe thunderstorms. And then also up here in Kansas, working its way north and east of Kansas, up in this area up here as well. So this whole area, was not originally in today's yellow area, but they have put it there. And so there we go. And we do actually have a severe thunderstorm warning right there as we speak. And there it is. And we do have our storm chaser, Corey Gherkin, on that. Again, he's the upper right corner. And then down here, we've got the other storm. This is the big one that we're watching. And on this one, we've got Brandon Montgomery. We got Brandon Montgomery on this one. And also, I thought we had Jaden on this one too. I think he disappeared. We'll leave him up. He may come back up. Let me see. I don't have a whole lot in the way of cameras right here. But once it moves further east, I actually have some cameras, some storm chasing cameras here. Here's one in Andover, Kansas. See these little gray ones? Those are great cameras, and a lot of times someone will be controlling them to try to stay with the action. If you guys notice, the sky's ominous tonight. We've got about 3 hours before it gets dark, maybe 4 in this area. Remember, we are over on the west end of Central Time, almost in the Mountain Time over there. So, you know, it doesn't get dark there for at least 2 or 3 more hours. So we've got a little bit of time here to watch these storms. Normally, when I come on at 9 o'clock every night, even though we're an hour ahead of where the storms usually are out west, it still seems like by the time we go on at 9, we've missed all the daylight chasing. And I have to admit, the chasing at night's not near as much fun. So there you go. All right, I've got the chat room up. Hey, Matt, what's up? Snow Baby. Hey, D Beard, what's up? Glad you guys made it in. I don't expect big numbers because I'm not in my normal time slot right now. But that's okay. All right, if we get a tornado on the ground, I'm going to be putting up scanner feeds for the area wherever the tornado is. And we've had real good luck with this, where we're able to actually hear the responders getting dispatched to all the different calls that are associated with the tornado. It's pretty cool. We are going to be doing that tonight if we get a storm that rises to that level. This one did just before we went on the air, and I can't really, unfortunately, I can't do the split screen if I have 2 storm chasers up here, and I don't want to lose these storm chasers. This is an interesting lowering we're watching here on the upper one. So what I'm going to do is just switch the radar over to velocity mode, and you can see here there is some pretty strong winds in there, but nothing that resembles an actual couplet at this point. Now I'm going to put this in motion because I think you'll see that it was looking more impressive as you went back. That's as far back as it's going to let me go, is 30 minutes. You can see there where it was tightened up quite a bit, and now it's loosening. But there still is an area of concern here, and our storm chaser is right there. That's Brandon, and he is the top one here on the radar. I wish this thing would get out of my face. Go away. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, there you go. And this larger square here that you see, that is a mesoscale discussion. That's where the meteorologists get together and say, you know what, we think this area has a heightened potential tonight for severe weather. So they've issued that. And we've got some other isolated storms out here. But remember, it's these discrete supercells. That's not much of a couplet, but there's definitely some rotation within that one. Just a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. So let's put this back in. Let's put this back in reflectivity. I thought I did upgrade this. Got the paid version. I guess I didn't get the highest paid version. Ooh. Well, there you go. So this is the one we're kind of watching here. This is the one that several of our storm chasers, the storm chasers are either on this storm or they're on this other storm up here. We've got some that are on this one as well. One of them's went dark. I think he's shut down until something else happens. We're getting some great shots of these lowerings and these storms as they're coming by here, but I haven't seen anything tornadic yet. I saw a good couplet earlier, but like I said, I couldn't get online quick enough. Yeah, we'll get some of the regulars in here in just a few minutes. It takes a little bit of time to gather up an audience when I'm not in my regular time slot. So it's no big deal. We'll get some more folks in here. I do appreciate everybody coming. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures. This is part of what we do here, is coverage of live breaking news. And so this is a severe storm day, and so we are watching that right now as we do with the storm chasers. Also with WeatherWise radar product, and also we do other things here that other channels don't do. And one of those is when we get a tornado warning and it looks like we've got a couplet, I will then go to the scanners for the counties that are affected and pull them up so you can hear fire, mostly fire, public safety, Skywarn, and then sometimes we end up with EMS and law enforcement as well. Only because EMS has a lot of bullcrap transmissions that we don't care about. Law enforcement, there's a tornado coming down and they're out running everybody's name and shit. So I really try to stick with fire, Skywarn, and emergency management. But it depends. If it's all mixed together, you're going to get some law enforcement too, because I want to bring what I can bring to you. So we also, if we start doing scanner later, that's cool. It's going to be split in your left and right ears independently. And I'll let you guys know when we do that. We'll go to split audio. The reason I go to split audio, I have some people complain about the split audio. I'm sorry. A lot of people like the split audio because I can provide you with 6 or 7 or 8, in this case, 8 screens of what's going on. And I can provide you with 2 independent audio streams, and you can decide which one of those you want to listen to. The reason that's important is because the purpose of my channel here is to bring you as much information as I can through the medium we have. And stereo sound is something that we have at our disposal. So I send something on the left and something totally different on the right. I generally always will be on both sides, so that when I talk, you'll realize it's me talking because I'm coming through both ears. But generally speaking, I always split the audio. Now, when we were monitoring the astronauts coming back, I only had 1 stream of audio, so I went ahead and put it on both sides. I only split the audio once I have 2 or 3 or 4 good audio streams, and I want to start splitting it down. Jaden's having issues, or at least we're having issues picking him up. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to leave it because it does reset and work for a little while. He's in Fairbury, Jefferson County, New England, Nebraska, and Sedgwick County, Kansas is where Brandon's at, and that's this storm here. And then, no, that's the other storm. This is Corey Gherkin. He's the upper right one. That's him right there, that green circle. And who's this? Is this a new one that popped up? Yeah, that's this guy down here, but he's blinking in and out. But I'm going to leave him on because it's trying to reconnect. All right. If you guys have any questions about weather or anything science related or anything at all, actually, I will be glad to answer. You can even troll me. I love trolls. So whatever you guys want to do. But I do have Storm Chaser audio, and we'll probably be dipping into some of that here. I'm not going to be monologuing for 5 or 6 hours straight. So we're going to be doing all kinds of different stuff. Let's hear what's going on in some of the Storm Chase vehicles.
It's like water was completely over.
Split on left and right ears, guys. That's John McKinney in your left ear, and that's going to be Corey Gherkin in your right
It's like
ear.
we had some flooding through there, and now we got this right here, which is not good. The road has gone bad here. So I'm going to pull over a second. Pull over here because I'm afraid I'm going to get stuck. I'm not stuck already.
Like I said, the storm that prompted me to decide to go live, the moment that I got it to go live, they dropped the tornado warning, and here we go. This is how it usually works, though.
Time out. Get out and figure this out.
All right, so which one is this? Okay, so this severe thunderstorm warning right here that you're looking at, they have put an observed tag on that one, which means some storm chaser has already seen 1.75 inch hail. That's observed. That's confirmed. Wind 70 miles an hour. That's confirmed. Threat considerable. Damage, damage potential is there. So there we go. Be cautious of this one, guys. This one could easily get its tornado tag back.
Howdy.
Let's look at it as far as rotation. Still not a lot of rotation.
No, I'm turning around.
There is, but it's all broad. There's no tight rotation in there.
I'm gonna go back the way I came. No, not at this point.
So we'll keep an eye on this one. It's going to be this one's moving just north of due east, and it's probably going to move very close to Bentley and Sedgwick.
I'm trying to turn around, but
And it looks like our storm chaser's gone out ahead of it. Do you know why storm chasers will run way out ahead of a storm? Because it's a weak storm right now. It's not putting down a tornado.
I want to make sure.
So what you do is you get out on dry roads and you put some distance.
Yeah, I want to make sure.
And that way, when it does start to act up and do its thing, you're out ahead of it, and you can strategically move yourself so that you're in the line of fire. But that's why a lot of people ask me, why do storm chasers?
Go for
There's a bad storm and they get out in front of it and they run out ahead of it, and that's why. Also, people ask me a lot, why is it that storm chasers will stop and give up right in the middle of a storm? They're not stopping and giving up. They've run into people that need help. Most storm chasers carry lighting, flashlights, communications equipment, vests, first aid kits. These guys are ready because they know they're going to an area where people are going to be devastated. And when you drive through a neighborhood and it's all gone, and people are coming and their people are missing and people are crying, you just stop and you lock the doors and you start helping. There's nothing else you can do. You pass out whatever you've got to give out and you just start helping. And so that's why a lot of times storm chasers they'll just shut down and go dark right in the middle of a storm. It's because they ran into other humans that need their help, and that's what happens. So storm chasers, a lot of them are prepared for this. A lot of them carry like I said,
Back it
basic
up,
equipment,
back
if
it
not
up.
more equipment that they could even give away. So
up.
I know that some of them, like I know Ryan Hall,
Hard ground.
actually brings stuff with him that he can immediately give away, flashlights and things like that that are very much needed when your home is ripped from its foundation at 10:30 at night and your animals are missing and your family is missing, and here comes a storm chaser with a whole box of flashlights. Trust me, it's a good day. Anyway, so how long does it take to train to be a firefighter? Well, when I trained, it was 240 hours, including 200 hours of firefighting training and 40 hours of first responder training. In Florida now, it's about double that, I believe, about 400 plus hours. And then, like with most public safety jobs, whether it's a paramedic or an EMT job with the EMS, or whether it's a law enforcement job or a fire job, even a dispatch job, they're very similar in the way that there's a lot of on-the-job training before you're ever by yourself. I know that dispatchers will sit with another dispatcher for their first 6 months after their training. And a probationary firefighter, we used to call them probies or boots. They are, generally speaking, they're a probie for a year. They're the rookie on the truck for a year. They're the hydrant man. They do all the menial jobs, and they slowly work their way up on the engine. So I hope that answers your question. But when I say 400 or so hours, depending on the state, some are 5 or 6, some are 2 or 3. It all depends on your state. However, that being said,
guys.
once you're certified, there's at least 6 months to a year of on-the-job training before you're considered a journeyman firefighter, or you're considered to be on your own and can run your own station or whatever. So run your own truck, for instance. So there you go. I did it for a long time. I did it for 17 years myself. No, they'll be here, Matt. Like I said, I don't get a lot of numbers. When I go on early on a Saturday, people are still out doing stuff right now. People are still out doing stuff. So I don't expect everybody to come in. That's cool. They'll slowly file in. I'm going to probably stay on. Unless this completely dies out, I'll just stay on till 9 o'clock, and then I'll do my regular 2 hours. There you go. See, it was 240 when I went through in 1988. 1988, I went to 80. Actually, I think I graduated in 89. But it was right around there. It's 240 hours. I went to the Fort Myers Fire Academy. Yeah, it was one of the hardest things I ever did. Not academically, but physically. Because I'm a bit of a butterball and a nerd. And I'm not that physically fit. So it was a bit of culture shock for me. But I made it through it because I wanted to be a firefighter. And then I became a cop too, auxiliary cop for a while. I was fully certified. I did that for about 8 years. And I also was a part-time dispatcher, and I was an on-call for emergency management, and I was on their disaster comms team, and I would respond with them to areas that have been devastated, and we would reestablish repeater or trunked communication for that area with equipment that we brought with us. It was really cool. And I drove the comms trailer, and then there was another guy that drove the tractor that pulled the big trailer, and I drove the bus. I said trailer, I meant bus. I would drive the bus, and then they would come with the tractor and pick up the dispatch trailer, and then we would bring both of those units. The trailer had 8 dispatch consoles in the back, and they were hooked up to about 26 mobile radios on 5 different bands that were way up in the very front of it. And then we could go in with a computer and program any system or any frequency into any of those radios that we needed to. And then immediately that would be available on the consolettes in the back. It was really cool. And then my bus that I had was more of a 2-console setup with a meeting room in the back. And the meeting room had a console too, so you had radios in the back as well. So basically it was like a 3-console setup in there. And that was, we used them all for different things. Like Andrew, we didn't have the big truck yet, so we brought the bus over there, and the bus ended up being primary dispatch for Florida City for like 60 or 90 days or something. Yeah, public safety was completely wiped out down there. Not only did we have to go down there and put up a radio system and put up a dispatch and start dispatching, but we had to bring fire trucks and cops and ambulances to actually respond to the calls because there was no emergency vehicles left. They all got destroyed. Yeah, it was crazy after Andrew. Absolutely. If you're one of those people that studies hurricanes and you've not studied Andrew, Andrew is a textbook study. It's a case. I don't know how to look. Andrew's probably one of the biggest, strongest storms of your lifetime, and for some reason, it's in a void where we don't talk about it much. But Andrew was a really, really bad storm. Anyway, that's where I got a lot of my comms experience. I was down there for weeks after Andrew, and I did everything from respond at night on the ambulance as the third man on the ambulance. I was responding to fires. I was backing up law enforcement because I was an auxiliary cop at the time. There was just a lot going on with Andrew. It was a lot of things going on with Andrew, and I got a lot of my experience in emergency management and public safety at things like that, where you spend a lot. I went to Opal too. It wasn't near as bad. I also I did some other things too. I did some contract work right after Katrina. I did a bunch of photography right after Katrina. And then of course we've had 3 hurricanes hit us here with flooding and everything else just in the last 4 years. So yeah, I've had a lot of experience with hurricanes, and we cover them here. We cover hurricanes extensively. If you want to see what it looks like, go back on my channel and search for Jamaica. Or Melissa. You can search for Melissa because that was the name of the storm, and you'll see that I actually we covered that storm almost round the clock, and we had views, we had scanner feeds, we had everything you could imagine that was up. Of course, the whole island went dark eventually. I mean, but we stayed up as long as we could. We kept providing information, and that was our only big storm last year. But we did it. We covered it. I even have remote boxes here. I've got them out in my yard, actually, up on poles and stuff. I'm using them as my security cameras as well. But I got 2 boxes. I go up and pull the strap off the back, and it comes right off the pole. And it's a box, and it's got like tank holders on the back so that it fits right on a power pole, and it straps around the back of the power pole. There's 2 straps. And this box sits there, and it's got a battery that lasts 5 days in it. It's got a pan tilt zoom camera. One of them has a dual camera, and it has a internet air card on AT&T, and the other one I think is T-Mobile. And I can deploy these. If we get a big hurricane, I go turn the cards on and stick them in these. And I go down the day before the storm, and I put these up 20 foot up on a pole. I take a ladder, and I literally put these up as high as I can get them on a pole. And I just leave it. And it stays up there, and it survives the storm, and it provides us live views of the storm during the storm. If you want to see some of this, you can go back and you can search my channel for Flood Cam. I'm not sure the name of that storm, but we actually documented water flooding my homestead where I grew up with 19 inches. And we documented it with a camera live. And the local news here, Wink TV, was using my feed for hours. They kept going back to my feed because I had one of the only live feeds that was up. Hey, there you go. You're on the South Shore train. Indiana. I read it first. I'm like, India, wow. Oh, no, Indiana. Okay, that's cool. There you go. That's cool, Bill. That's good. That's really cool. All right, so we still know. I knew if I went live, the tornado warnings would quit. But hey, if I'm keeping people safe by going live, whatever. Oh, hold on, my cat wants it.
threat for severe hail, wind, and possibly a tornado may spread eastward. The longevity of the threat is uncertain.
Yeah, while we're in the lull here, I'll probably be talking about this later, but it's amazing what you can buy for 25 bucks. This was my latest purchase for $25, and you're probably thinking, what the hell is that? What could that is that? Yeah, it's hair extensions. Yeah, I bought. Isn't it cool? Yeah, they're light up hair extensions. No, I'm just kidding. What it is you see it's plugged in here. It's got a LED controller box. And what this is, and I don't know what I did with the damn remote. There it is. Check this shit out. These are little mini spotlights. They're like little mini spotlights, and there's 100 lights, and there's 200 feet of cord. So every 2 feet, there's one of these lights. This is enough to go underneath my banister, down the stairwell, under the stairwell, back up the other side of my cabin, all the way along the front stairwell, the side, or the porch, I mean, the front porch, all the way along there, all the way down the side, all the way around the big 16 by 16 on the side. And then when it gets done, I measured it.
Yeah, it'll go. So
there's going to be enough to go all the way up the A-frame and across the roof and back down the other side.
Got me out of
And
that.
it's got this very thin, clear wire.
When in doubt, gun it out.
When in doubt,
And,
gun it out, right? When in doubt, gas
There's
it.
the end one.
That
That's the one I was
old,
looking for. That's all there is to it.
Let's stay on the road and back
And
out.
these
Where you
are
going from here?
individually addressable RGB LED,
Yeah.
which
Go back.
means they'll do all the different tracing and tracking and different things that these lights do.
Norfolk, so I was thinking about maybe.
I don't know, that east one looks like
Let's see here.
Maybe. Appreciate it, guys. I mean,
But anyway, I
owe you-
bought these
at least owe you a
because
steak or something. But
I got. We're
Are you
trying to
from
get them
Norfolk
to do
too?
something besides just.
okay. You got a card or anything?
No, I don't.
Because are you on Twitter?
I just got on Twitter today.
All right. Message me or reach out to me. Okay.
I would say we'll get
Anyway,
you on here.
the whole point of this is, it's amazing what you can get for 25 bucks. I bought this
Thank you.
for
These guys are
$25.
awesome. Helping me out a
And,
ton. Thank you.
You take care, John.
W.
It's
you
going to be
take care.
amazing. I'm really looking forward to getting up there because I now have those to put up, and they're cool. There's little teeny Phillips screws, and you can actually screw them in, and they're permanent. They'll last for 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, I'm here. No, I'm out. No.
Oh, okay. My dad was just telling me that you were stuck, so I was like, well, let me see what he says. So,
Yeah. Can you? I'm gonna call Freddie real quick because I just got out.
Okay.
He's on his way.
okay.
Thanks for checking in.
All right, bye.
Yeah, bye.
Really weird windy road here for a second. And from the south, that's exactly what I was thinking. There's a few things going on here. I'm not giving up hope at all. It's gonna be a little weird here. I think we're gonna get a merger of some cells here. I don't know. Again, the nearest radar right now is pretty far away, so I'm kind of relying on eyes, and we don't really have crazy eyes or anything.
Yeah, Ron, there's a lot coming up on that. We can take a look at that real quick. This is today's outlook, and you can see there's 2 areas of concern: western Texas and also Kansas, northern Kansas, and going up into Nebraska and Iowa, all that area there. So we've got basically two. Let me turn some of that natural sound down. We've got two different areas today. That's today. Tomorrow looks like this. Tomorrow is going to be Central Texas and Oklahoma. And again, a pretty large area of a risk. Anytime you see the yellow, there's a chance for tornadoes and stuff like that. Actually, there's always a little bit of a chance for tornadoes, but this is a heightened risk. All right, and then day 3, look at that. It doesn't hardly change. It's kind of crazy. And I think 3 is the only days it'll give me on here, but 4 and 5 are actually Dallas and in Louisiana working over towards Mississippi. So we've still got 5 days of this counting today. This is nowhere near over. The only good news that I can pull up here for you guys is this: there is no devastating days that are on there right now. You know, sometimes they go crazy and say it's going to be Armageddon. They haven't done that. It looks like it's going to be a slight to moderate risk each day for a certain area, and that's what it's going to be. There may be one day that gets to be a little bit worse. I don't know. We'll have to watch. But this is not going to I don't think any of these 5 days are going to be the big outbreak of the year or anything like that. This is just 5 days of an enhanced risk of tornadoes. All right, so we are watching our storm chasers. We've got Jaden Peppenheim. We've got Brandon Montgomery. We've got storm chaser Corey Gherkin, John McKenney, and Tornado Pagey, and we've got Ryan Scholl, and we are chasing 2 different storm cells right now, and we're going to get back to that on the radar. Here we go. Let's see. There's our 2 cells right there that we're watching. You can see our storm chasers. Who is this? John Peppenheim. He is falling behind, so he better catch his ass up. I don't know what he's doing. That storm's starting to pull away. And it looks like Corey Gherkin, which is up here in the upper right, he's staying with it. He's trying to get up behind it. And then we've got this other one down here, which I'm observing on a different radar site. Okay, this one here, we've got our storm chaser here. That's Brandon Montgomery. That's the the upper one over here. In the middle, right in the middle of the screen, and he is raced out ahead of this thing because now he's going north. He actually raced out ahead of this thing so he could get in a better position. Let's take a look at this. Is he seeing any rotation with this thing? Oh, starting to get a wee suspicious, laddie. Oh, there we go. Not a couplet yet, okay, but it's starting to want to form a couplet. You can see that. Let me you can see here that you've kind of got your couplet here. Green, the best way to remember this, guys, is green is always moving towards the tower site, okay, and red would be moving away from the tower site, and so that's how this is figured. All right. So red is heading away from the tower site. Okay, so that shows you where the rotation is. So the strongest point on here is right here as it's coming around. That's moving away from the tower site. And then over here, this is the strong flow coming around this way as it gets really strong right there. That's your other. So you do have a couplet starting to form here. It's not a tight couplet, but this could produce something. And Corey knew this, and that's why he went out quickly, got on a north-south, and now he's heading north, and now he's heading east again towards Whitewater. He's trying to get set up. He's probably going to go east for a little while and then back north again, if I had to guess. I'm looking at his course here. He's going to probably want to go north here at Whitewater. I would go north. I don't know, though. Whitewater looks like it's right about where this thing's going to end up going. There's your storm track. All right, so there's your storm track. It looks like it's going to pass off somewhere, and I think that spot's a little low. It's probably going to move between Whitewater and Elbing, as it's looking like it's really wanting to get its act together here. We did just get a new update in here, and you're starting to see right there where I just put the X, the green is now touching the red. Okay, so this is a couplet right here. It's starting to look like your traditional couplet. Let's go back and take a quick peek at the reflective radar. Oh, look at the J-hook on that son of a bitch. All right, this thing is winding up, guys. This is doing its thing right now. This is your J-hook right here. Look at that. It is a very typical J-hook. This thing's wrapping up Elbing and Whitewater, southeast of Newton. Should be taking caution right now. All right, they're issuing a bunch of warnings all of a sudden. Things are just things are starting to ramp up here. And that's this one we're looking at right here. 70 mile an hour observed winds. Radar indicated hail, considerable damage threat, observed conditions. This is in Kansas City, just south of Newton, Kansas. And it is going to be, it is definitely, man, I almost see like where it's trying to hook up again there. All right, so let's go back to the other one and let's see. I think we've got a new scan in. It's starting to really get tight right here. You're starting to see the tightening there. And our storm chaser now moving back towards the storm, upper right. That's him in the upper right. Storm chaser Corey Gherkin. Look at the lowering there with the windmills. Wow. Says he's heading towards it, but it looks like he's heading away from it. I want to say that's an error because the arrow shows that he's heading towards it, but we're looking out his back window. So I think, but it's showing him moving towards it. So I'm a bit confused right now as to what the hell's going on. But look at that couplet, guys. There you go, the anatomy of a storm. It's not the best couplet I've ever seen, but it's definitely there. This will put down a tornado if it keeps doing this. Let's put this in motion here. Yeah, there was a bit of a resurgence there, you can see. And it looks like it's strengthening up again. Wow, did you see how it picks that up like that? I really think it's trying to put something down right now. I really believe it is. Let's go back to reflectivity. And you can still see that it's basically the suck that's going on right there. Look at that. Everything's just, look at that. It's just amazing. That's it. You've got this huge supercell, and as always, you've got that one inflow that they call the J-hook, and that's where your tornado is going to be. And then, of course, on this one we look for, this is the radial velocity, and on this one we look for the reds and the greens touching each other, and they are right there. This is severe thunderstorm warned. I expect a tornado warning on this one. I'm expecting it any minute now. Hey, everybody's coming in now. Dispatch, Victor, William, thank you, everybody. Ron, thank you guys for being here. Good old Bukkake. What's up? We can always do with some more Bukkake. And Snow Baby, welcome in, everybody. Ron, thank you guys for all being here. And Robert, we were talking earlier. Thank you for being here tonight. All right. Boy, he is really close. Look at that. He's staying ahead of it. You know why he's staying ahead of it? It hasn't dropped a tornado yet. You don't stop and let it catch up with you. You stay ahead of it until it drops the damn tornado. Then you get in front of it. Or I mean, and then you let it catch up with you while you're observing the tornado. I think John McKenney's on this storm too. He's upper center. I'm seeing the same windmills, so I think he might be on this same storm. Matter of fact, most of them might be on the storm. I know that Jaden down here is on the other one. Let's take a look at this other one. Oh, look at that. There's a couplet there. Why are they not issuing a warning on that? Right near Diller, we've got a couplet. Look at that. Son of a bitch. Normally you don't see them like that without a pink square around them. Yeah, I mean, where's our damn tower site here? Okay, it's over here. So your green's heading this way, and your red's heading this way, and so you've got your yin and your yang there, right? I mean, you've definitely got that going on right there. And they just issued a tornado warning as we are sitting here. They just issued a tornado warning for this storm cell. It's going to pass just north of the little town of Diller. Diller, it's on you right now. It's just over you. May pass just to the north of you if we hope. But there you go. We've got a strengthening storm now that's going to go through a very rural area. There's not much out here. Not much out here at all until we get up towards Beatrice. But Beatrice, you are in the line of fire for this thing. Let's do if we take the radar's track and look at that, Beatrice, this is going to go right over Beatrice proper here before long. So be prepared for that. This is our only tornado warning right now. This is going to be in Diller. All right, let me get some counties. Okay, we're in Nebraska, Jefferson and Gage. I doubt there's these. I doubt they'll have these. They're just out in the middle of effing nowhere. But let me see what I can find. Jefferson and Gage. Okay, here we go. Jefferson has nothing. There's one amateur radio repeater online in Gage, and I've got it on. I don't know if we'll hear anything. All right, it's on. God, they have redone this, and I hate how they've done it now. The dashboards are still the same, though. Thank God. All right, I'm pulling up my dashboard setup here so I can start putting on audio feeds. Add feeds, United States, Nebraska. There is no feeds in Jefferson.
We'll just keep working up into it.
Make sure that I'm feeding this audio. I believe I am. Yeah, it's on cable C. All right. So there's just not much going on, but that's all we have is two counties, only one feed, and that is amateur radio, and it doesn't say it's Skywarn. I've got it on just in case. I've got it panned over to the left ear. I'm also monitoring a couple of storm chasers down low. Hear who's talking out there.
Are you kidding me? It's got a tornado warning on it.
They're talking about this one right here.
All right, we got some deeper water up here we got to get through.
Corey, the guy you see in the upper right corner is on this storm, and he's pulled over down here waiting to see what this storm's going to do. I don't know why he's not shooting north right now. I don't know.
Okay.
And back here
Thankfully, it was
behind
solid.
this storm, you've got Peppenheim, which is this guy over here. The guy on the center left, center bottom. Nobody's doing a lot of commentary tonight, but that's all right.
Oh, you're cool.
What was that?
Car squealing its tires.
Should be starting to get at least a better view, even though we had to go a little bit east. I just really wish we had a radar.
Hey Heath, what's up, man? Cool, I'm gonna be up there. I'm going up Friday.
Why do you guys say that?
I'll be at a hotel in Atlanta on Friday. We're gonna go see Stone Mountain, and then I'll be up on Saturday. I'll be up at the cabin. I plan to come over one day, and if you're up to it, we'll go do some Parks on the Air or something. Hey Texas, what's up? Welcome in. Yeah, that was good last night. I was happy that everything went good with that, with the coverage on that. I barely got home in time, but we got it on the air. That's really all that counts.
We got a 70? So where is the road? I didn't even see. There's like a gas station up here.
All right, we are monitoring storms right now. This particular storm is in Nebraska, Jefferson and Gage County in Nebraska. We also have a fairly dangerous thunderstorm that we're watching back here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning on this one, although it does not look all that impressive compared to the other one. But it is showing as an observed bad storm. Also, this one here, which is the one, which is the other one we were watching earlier. This is the one that has Brandon Montgomery on it. He is the upper one over here, the one at the very center of your screen. And look at that one. And that's a beautiful storm. Let me full screen him.
Literal gas station.
That's a nice house.
Yeah.
So he's right in front of this thing, and look at the shot that we're getting right here of this. The outflow on this thing is just amazing. Wow, look at that. I mean, it's a really cool storm. This is severe thunderstorm warned, but it is not tornado warned.
They have a post office.
Man, none of these cameras are working. I don't know what the deal is. There's so few of them anyway, and none of them seem to work.
Nice little town. Right.
Of course, a bad storm did just go through.
I see a person. Oh my god. They have like a mini golf course. Are you serious? They have like a mini golf course. That's a mini golf course. They have a mini golf course now. Look at that.
All right, so basically we have got a number of storms here. These are all discrete cells. As you guys know, I talk a lot about this. When you have discrete cells, there's a higher possibility of long track tornadoes.
Yeah, no, this is definitely.
Okay, so this is still our only tornado warning here. And again, it's going through counties that do not have scanners.
Storms are over there, dude. That's insane.
Okay, they've moved this one a little bit. It now just covers Jefferson and West Central gauge. Okay,
Look
so
at the end.
still the same two counties.
What storm? That's insane. We're insane. 30 miles away. I like the whip. I do as well. I just.
Well, yeah, Heath. We have nothing anchored on any day once we get there. We're busy on the way up and the way back with specific things. We got rooms booked and so on and so forth. But once we get to the cabin on Saturday, this coming Saturday, I'm there. I'm just there for the next week, so we can just go whatever day,
How beautiful.
and we'll go live too if we can. We'll do whatever we can do.
Look at the formations over there. Remember there's here. Look at that. You guys see that? Bro, what is that over there? That looks gorgeous. Can I get close to it? What? Look at that formation. Oh, gosh. Are you kidding me? Whoa. Low-level clouds are up here as well.
Okay, let's do a bit of a reset here. Hello, everybody. My name is Ian. This is Starship Adventures, broadcasting live from Starship Studios in North Fort Myers, Florida. That's Southwest Florida. Broadcasting on YouTube, the world's largest broadcast platform worldwide, and broadcasting over fiber optic all the way to the internet. And we have the ability here to broadcast on up to 9 simultaneous systems at one time. Please check out our other programming at Starship After Dark. That's Starship After Dark on YouTube. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth on Starship Adventures. My name's Ian. Now back to the adventure.
Your setup wants Opera GX. Keep holding it back.
That rain line's about to overtake Brandon.
Upgrade to
Why can't this thing just go nuts?
Opera GX.
Hi, this is Crystal from Down Health here. I advocate for our members, but my true satisfaction comes from outreach to the members and to get preventive health services.
You know, it seems like the rotation's gone away on this one. Literally just kind of going away. I don't know. It's still there on the one radar. You can still kind of see it. Yeah, upper right corner is this one here, and also down here, this one that's not working well.
Huge freaking
I want a storm chase, man. You know, you get to see so much of this beautiful country. And once I get my van going, it's one of the 25 different things I'm going to be doing. When there's storm days, I'm going to be chasing. Obviously, I'm not going to be trying to get inside this thing or nothing because I'm going to be in a high top van. But I am going to chase. I'm going to chase. They have allowed the tornado warning to expire because the rotation is just about gone now. But it was trying. Good news for Beatrice. Beatrice was right ahead of this thing. Looks like it's gone through a cycle where it's lost some of its strength. And if you guys haven't subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. It makes a big difference. And hit the notification bell on this channel. You don't need to hit it for that channel, just because it's always going on and off with different feeds, and it'll drive you nuts. This one is the one. Everything we do on here is hosted and live.
Of an exploring day as it is a storm chase right now.
Here's the other one we've been watching.
A little shear flow.
We have to wait for these storms to get our way before we can even look at them. That's how.
This idiot Hunter Biden, I swear to God, he's now challenged Trump's sons to a cage match. You talk about just a coked out idiot that just has nothing better to do with his life. I'm surprised he's willing to put down a hooker that long. Anyway, what a douche. Like father, like son, except the father's senile. It's funny because no matter how bad Biden would embarrass himself, his son would embarrass him even more. All right, I'm on live chat. I don't see anybody chatting. I'm sure everybody's still there, though. I'm just hoping that something's not wrong. All right, so we do have these two storms. They both are observed, and one is considerable. This one right here is listed as considerable.
Yep.
Although it doesn't look considerable, that's what they're saying. Again, not a lot of organized rotation in this one at all. Let's go back to the reflective. It's just not an impressive storm. Wow. I mean, it's just not, the presentation is not very impressive at all, yet they've got a considerable on it. Yeah, Heath, I don't know if you saw, I bought these to go on the cabin. They're like little mini spotlights that go all up under the banister, all the way around my entire banister and up and down my little roof and everything. These little things go up underneath where you don't see them. And there's 100 little spotlights, and it's 200 foot long. It goes all the way, every 2 feet there's another light, and I'm gonna do the entire walkway all the way around and up and down inside the eave. It'll light up the wall, the front wall of the house. It'll be beautiful. and they're really, really cool. And what's really cool about them is, of course, they're fully LED, you know, of course. And once I stick them on there, then they can be used as you know, not only as accent lights or party lights or whatever, but they're also good for courtesy lights. You know, you can turn them down really dim and put them on red, and then you can go out and hang out there, and you can still see everything, but it's dark. It's not, you know, not all lit up. So I think it's going to be cool. I can't wait. Go Brandon. I knew this would happen, guys, but whatever. We're hanging out.
We're pulling over on the side of the road.
Now I'm always like, should I go off for an hour and come back, or should I just stay on? I guess I'll just stay on. Let's go ahead and I'll check the news real quick and let's see what's going on out there in the big world.
We're chilling. It's pretty much just waiting for these storms to get closer here. Okay, we're just kind of at the mercy of our road network right now, and we're kind of pinned right where we're at. Our next north option is in 25 minutes.
Lead off as quickly as possible.
Boy, these guys, there's not much going on with these guys tonight. That's all right. The skies are cool. All right, looks like Donald Trump spoke just about 2 hours ago. Says that we win when it comes to Iraq. We win Iran. I mean, we win regardless of what happens. President Trump. Let me turn some of this down. Donald Trump struck a triumphant tone Saturday as high-stakes negotiations with Iran continue, saying the U.S. has already secured victory, deal or no deal. We win regardless of what happens, Trump told reporters outside the White House. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. The president said the U.S. is in very deep negotiations currently with Iran, while also moving to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We have minesweepers out there. We're sweeping the strait, he said. Trump also claimed Iran's military capabilities have been largely wiped out, saying U.S. forces have defeated their Navy and defeated their Air Force. At the same time, he took aim at allies, saying we were not helped by NATO, and warned China would face big problems if it moves to support the regime. The remarks come as Islamabad talks stretch on with no official breakthrough and no clear timeline. Can I tell you, maybe I'm off base on this, all right? Pope Leo needs to stay out of shit, all right? Just do the church thing, you know what I mean? Do your thing. Let him kiss your ring. Let him wipe your ass or whatever it is they do. It really upsets me. I mean, I'm all for people having religion. I even believe in it myself, but I also believe that sometimes it's just stupid. And this Roman Catholicism has just become such a pain in the ass all the time. Pope Leo, this new age pope that they got now, issued a sweeping call for peace Saturday, urging an end to the war and what he describes as a growing ideology of power and money. Let me tell you something. Okay, Iran's been killing people from the United States for 47 years. They've killed over 1,000 Americans in attacks and in shootings and things around for the last 47 years. They've killed over 1,000 Americans. Now, is that that's okay? What should we do, Pope? Just let it keep going? Should we just let this keep right on going? In posts on X, and during a prayer vigil at St. Peter's Basilica, the pontiff warned that war divides while hope and faith unite. Well, there you go. Was that written down somewhere? Enough of the ideatory, whatever. I'm gonna tell you something. This guy is just like, I guess he feels like he has to do this. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. It's stupid. It's stupid. Should we have just stopped fighting World War II? Should we stop fighting when someone's trying to take over another country? Should we stop? Should Ukraine just give up and walk away? Just everybody pack their shit and move to Turkey? I mean, what does the Pope want us to do here? Just stop fighting. Because that doesn't fix a damn thing. If you stop fighting, they go back to making nukes. Is that for this one? Okay, this is a new one. They just issued this severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of what looks like not a bad storm at all. Kind of a weird thing here. This storm doesn't look that severe. Let me see what it looks like from different angles. I don't see shit. It don't even look that impressive on the radar. It's got a crap presentation. But they're making a big deal about it. I'm sure there's no rotation. Nope, there's no rotation. There's nothing in that sumbitch. Alright, well, I don't know what they're making such a big deal about that one for. And then here's the other one here. It's still a pretty big storm here. And he's getting right in front of it there. This is Corey Gherkin, upper right corner. Let's take a look at this one and see. Now, there's nothing really pronounced as far as rotation on this one right now. Let's get a second opinion. Yeah, you can see where the rotation was, and it's still there a little bit. And then everything down here in Texas, I think we got one left down here. That's a flash flood warning. Okay, so currently Fort Stockton is under Fort Stockton proper is under a flash flood warning right now. So that's a pretty high warning. And let's go back to the reflective and take a peek. And yeah, there's a lot coming in from the south here. Not much behind it though. The good news is hopefully that it will stop raining there over the next hour. It looks like this hopefully will push out of the area. And that area there, that's a mesoscale discussion for heavy rainfall, not tornadoes. So this is that's for heavy rainfall, that green circle. Now let's go back up here. And they have allowed the other circles to expire. Look at that. The current outlook. This is the current. No, that's day 3. Current outlook. They're still showing this area right here. But right now, there's no warnings in that area. Oh yeah, there is. There's this one here. This one is in that yellow area. And this one looks like a mean-ass storm. They're going to have to issue something else on this before long. It's about to leave the watch box. Yep. Yeah, the Vatican, man, it's like they're always like, we need peace, man. And it's like, look, that whole thing didn't work for the hippies in the 60s, all right? I think, I don't know. It's almost like, I want to tell the Pope, look, if you don't have something good to say, just shut up. Yeah, William, Iran, they've obviously they're killing themselves with their own decisions. One way or the other, it's going to open back up. Things are going to start moving. Gas prices are going to go down pretty quick. They already went down. Anytime the discussions are going on, or anytime there's a ceasefire, the gas prices go down a little bit. I mean, they don't want to be that high. It's an inevitability right now. But I think that with everything else that Trump has in place, everything being wide open again for drilling and exploration and everything else, I think it's good. I do. Hold on, let me check something here real quick. All right, it looks like NASA had an event a little while ago, but it's concluded. I was going to put that up, but the crew has been reunited with their family now, and as their lives now will return, hopefully, to some kind of normalcy. That's the thing. The church would have you let in the very people that will burn down the church. That's the part that gets me. The church wants you to be nice to Muslims. The church wants you to stop fighting with Muslims. The church wants you to get along and find peace with Muslim. Yet the Muslims would burn their church to the ground. It reminds me of Queers for Hamas, is what it reminds me of. Literally, there's a group of queers, whatever that is, like some kind of gay people, and they support Hamas. Hamas kills gay people. So that's kind of what this reminds me of.
We'll go to Fairbury.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing. I mean, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not. I'm certainly not anti-religion. I mean, I consider myself Christian for sure, but I'm not a big fan on the overly organized and overly restrictive religions. But I understand where they're coming from and what the purpose was. That being said, when it comes to stuff like this, I just don't know why the Pope's even involved. Stop the war? Are you? What do you want to even talk about? Why we're fighting the war? Is it interesting to you at all that that these people, these terrorists, these Muslim terrorists, have been killing us for years? Does that matter? They've been killing themselves for years. They've been killing Jews for years. Does any of that matter to anybody? All he wants is for us to stop fighting. So, you know what this reminds me of when I was a kid? This is what this reminds me of. My brother would poke me, one way or the other. Whether he was physically poking me or whether he was pushing my buttons or saying stupid shit. And he'd poke me and he'd poke me. He would push and prod and push and prod and push and prod and push and prod. And finally I'd punch his effing lights out. And then he would cry to my mother, his lips bleeding. I would get grounded. And while my parents are yelling at me, he's behind them laughing and pointing at me because he did it on purpose. It's kind of what this reminds me of. It's like they've been pushing and prodding us for 47 years. They've been killing our people for 47 years. And we finally bloody their lip because we've had enough. And now the Pope's like your parents. Now stop fighting. Why are you being so aggressive? And they're yelling at you instead of Iran. That's what I see. And you know the term that my parents used to use? You're the older one, you should act better. Kiss my ass. Right there. Technically, the Persian culture is older. They can act better. But that's what it reminds me of. Is they've been poking and poking and poking and poking and killing and poking and killing and poking, and now finally we punch back and give them a fat lip, and now we're the bad guys. The Pope's mad at us. This storm has moved outside the watch box, and they have not issued another watch. That's another thing. I mean, these people, they treat women terribly. They treat gays terribly. They treat people that believe in different religions terribly, if not kill them. They treat everybody like this. And yet the Pope just wants them to be allowed to just continue on to do it. Just let them go. Let them continue on doing what they're doing. Does that make sense to anybody? I mean, it's like, Pope, if you ain't got something good to say, just shut up. All right? Why is he not over there helping us negotiate this, huh? I mean, come on. He could go there and clean everybody's feet or something. Come on. Yeah, I mean, women are just, they're killed. They're stoned to death in public. He's okay with that, though. He's all right with that. He just wants us to stop being bullies, us to stop being aggressive. It's like, dude. Seriously, you guys? Yeah. Yep, NASA still has the right stuff. At 5:07 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time yesterday, the crew of the Artemis II splashed down safely in the Pacific Ocean southwest of San Diego. During their mission to the moon, the 4 astronauts flew 694,000 miles in total, further than any humans have ever traveled before. A solar eclipse, a lunar meteor shower, and the best views of Earth in 50 years were among the highlights of the mission. The next Artemis mission will be next year. Artemis 3 will take off sometime in 2027. So there you go. I can't wait. All right, and there's not a lot going on with space weather tonight. There's no real aurora tonight. There's only 3 sunspots, nothing really major, nothing that's about to explode or anything. So kind of quiet tonight as far as space weather goes. We'll go through it later, but there's not a lot of big earthquakes today. There was a 5.4 off the coast of Japan. But other than that, everything pretty small today as far as earthquakes go. So, but you know, we do keep an eye on that here on the channel. What do you see, Mama? What'd you see?
We had Sonic today though. So I've been on the road. I should have time to make.
Yeah, he did.
Lunch tomorrow. So I don't know what I'll find that right now.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing they needed was a liberal pope. I mean, that's kind of like, you know, I don't know. I don't think that's a good look for Catholicism. a left-leaning pope? I mean, is he going to come out and say, you know, abortion's great?
Why are we cutting out? We should have.
Hey, what's next? I don't know. But he's taken all the. I mean, he's not the first pope to take an anti-war stance. I'm not trying to say that. I didn't like the way it came out. It's like, dude, seriously? So what would you have us do? Just let them keep
Jeez,
attacking
what in
us?
the world was that bird?
A storm's coming to Guam. Well, there you go.
Up at the Sinclair.
I don't know if I have Guam radar. Gee.
That was a huge freaking bird, dude.
Well, there you go.
These hills are so steep, dude.
Okay.
Well,
Let's see. Make sure everything is live and working. Screen might be froze up.
Clouds look insane back to our west here.
Locked up.
Again, we don't have a north road. We don't have a north road for another 19 miles. So I'd love to give you guys a view, but I don't have a view. Actually,
wow.
or yes, we
Okay,
are,
yeah.
actually. Oh man.
At least maybe it was locked up a month.
Yes, well, it just depends on how long I feel like going live today. I mean, I think maybe they'll try to kind of, at least it might try to reinvigorate itself going eastbound, but we'll see. Yeah, it just depends on what the storms look like once we get to our northbound highway out of Comstock.
Well, first let's give you a quick
Yeah, it's just barren wasteland, dude.
out
You
of
can
the
build a whole
car.
entire 5-star city out of it. No, don't, please don't.
Yeah, take a look at this, guys. This is out in the far southwest Pacific. We've
Since
got
we drove
a
through
storm
enough,
out here, and it looks like it's heading in the general direction of Guam. So definitely something we should keep an eye on. Later, when I have time and I'm not on the air, I will see if I can find some feeds and different things from Guam. There's probably not a lot coming out of Guam, but we can see.
Drove through enough water that we got.
See if I can get a forecast.
This side got pretty clean.
Yeah, I
More
know.
water
The
over
wind's
here.
messing with me. Some really strong southeasterly is feeding right into my vehicle. So I'm getting an equivalent 16 miles per gallon.
And rashes.
Yeah.
Back this for a minute.
It's not great right now. Gosh. Epic area, storm coming over. It's raining again. Whoa.
Wow. All right, yeah, this is
Is it like
definitely
southeast
heading in
from
that
here?
direction. They are under a typhoon watch, it looks like. Yeah, they're under a typhoon watch right now in Guam.
Another. The only problem with me,
It's just there's such
Is
scant
that-
information that far out.
you know, you go right into the wind. This car isn't very aerodynamic at all. So I mean, you're talking, going right into the wind, and you're going up and down these hills. It's not the best gas miles. I have a That's 75? Yeah, 75. Like misting almost. Very tiny sprinkles everywhere.
All right, guys. Well, yeah, we're going to definitely keep an eye on that. I don't have anything else on it right now, but we will cover that, of course. Yeah, it's tough when you're that far out. We get a big Cat 5 here. We can just keep going inland. You can only go inland so far on these islands. Sometimes these small islands will take so much water that it's literally every place on the island was underwater at one point during the storm, and that's not that uncommon for some of these.
Why so many miles, bro?
Yeah, William, there you go.
What? Am I getting pulled over, bro?
There you go, Texas. That could happen.
Are you serious?
It's been Florida storms for a while, so I hope somebody else takes it for a while.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, we are gonna try and get that film.
All right, so we're definitely going to keep that Guam stuff looking. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Tomorrow, it should be drawing closer, and I'm going to try to find maybe some views. I don't know.
Sorry.
Hopefully, we can get a view or two out of there. Maybe we can get some more information, some better radars than what I'm seeing.
Yes, sir. Storm chasing, sir. Yeah. A lot of the times I like to roll off the mountains out there, and then at least, in our storm chasing, like
Oh,
El
good.
Rio, Texas, always got storms that come in,
Um,
right across the border. So
I just reset everything. I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if it's a bad USB cable or something, because some nights everything works great, and other nights I have issues. I know last night I ran into a few issues towards the end last night, but that was because I did not reset the machine. Anytime I go on the air for 3 or 4 hours and then I need to reset the machine. Well, I got home from work. Normally the first thing I do when I walk in is I reset. I could do a complete reset. Well, I walked in and started putting the show on. I never even thought about a reset. And so I just went straight in and put it straight on the air, and it was great, except the computer was still running from the day before when it had done a full broadcast.
Someday maybe I'll go back and try to locate that pond. And that pond is full of bass. My dad
It looks like the storm chasers gotten pulled over. Ryan Scholl.
lived there around there for a while. And
Wonder why they're screwing with him.
It's an inspection thing. I'm not worried about it. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's just as usual. Cops out making people's days worse.
Bro, there's 2 vehicles. There's 2 vehicles.
Has the cops ever showed up and made everybody's life better? Nope.
There's 2 of them.
What a waste. He's out storm chasing. He's doing a job.
I wasn't speeding. I was going 73. So.
They got nothing better to do.
I was not even speeding. Is Max live right now? He's not. Max is not live. I was gonna say.
He's probably just dicking with him because he's a storm chaser. Cops hate when people go out and do things they like to do. I was a cop, dude, and I worked with these cops that are they're just nasty people. And anytime someone's out doing their thing, they just like to piss on their parade. And that's what's going on right here, right now.
They're taking a long time.
To make him sit there and wait for 40 minutes and the storm will be all out of position now. He's literally, the cops, whether he writes him a ticket or not, he's taking money out of his pocket right now. But the cop doesn't care. I used to be a cop, and I've gotten to where I just can't stand the shit they do anymore.
All right, sir. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, of course.
Just a quick question. Where did you come from today?
So I live in Illinois. I haven't gotten my Illinois license yet,
Okay.
so I storm chased. What was it? Shit. What was it? I don't even remember where it was. But then I came down through the Texas Panhandle yesterday. Slept in like Loveland, and then decided to come down here and chase and whatnot. Whatever models
Okay,
we're
did
taking.
you come down the 163 or?
I came down from Fort Stockton to Marathon, and then just east from there.
See, why is any of this the cops'
Gotcha.
business?
Yeah, that's all. That's where I came from. So.
Gotcha. The reason I pulled you over, I saw you had an eastbound a little bit ago.
Yep.
You probably saw me pulled over there,
Mhm.
and then you headed back east.
That's kind of what happens a lot of time with storm. Yeah,
That
yeah.
checks out.
Yeah, no, that's what happens a lot of time. I couldn't get like a good view with all the hills and stuff, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that checks out. Well, like I said, you're all set to go, sir. All right.
Okay,
You got
yeah.
anything for me?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Drive safe.
Yeah, you too.
See, he never did anything wrong. The cop never said he did anything wrong. The cop just wanted
Send
to
it to
run
her
his
again.
name. What just happened there is illegal. The cop just committed a crime. You cannot pull someone over unless you have a reason to pull them over. That's bullshit. I would have said, "Are you done with
We're
me?"
good,
And he
chat.
said, "Yes." I would have said, "Where's your
We're
headquarters?"
good. We're chilling.
And I would have drove straight there and filed a complaint. Ridiculous.
We made it.
Why are they out screwing with people?
He was so this is exactly what happened. He was suspicious because I was going eastbound, and then I ended up going back westbound.
You're not allowed to do that?
And he got a little suspicious because of that, and
Bullshit.
that's all. And that is completely okay. I understand. It's their job. So, again, I'm not mad at them.
No, it's not their job.
No, it didn't take very long.
No,
It
it's
was
not.
It took...
No, pulling
Man,
people over for
my
no
heart
reason
started
just to
racing,
make
though.
sure they're okay is not their job.
You probably saw the Missouri. Oh, my God. Look at this. Whoa. You've got... Oh, my gosh, dude. That was too much, man.
Ridiculous. Just to screw with somebody. Just a little ego push there. Little flex. They love the flex. All right, guys, we have one severe thunderstorm left. That's this one right here.
I think that's just so funny. You know? We're good, though. We're good. We're good.
This storm looks
again,
like
that's
absolutely
completely
nothing
valid.
on the radar. Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing. He saw him drive through the town going one way, and then 20 minutes later, he drove through the town going the other way. And that was all he did.
I'm still speechless, man.
He had no right to pull him over. He had no right to stop him, no right to run his name. Violation of the Constitution. I would have filed a complaint.
I was screwed. I was like, what in the world did I do?
Bullshit. You're allowed to drive through a town twice. That's not suspicious. What if he's looking for a house to live there?
That's okay. Again, I wasn't doing anything wrong, so... Yeah.
Yep, he had no probable cause. He should not have stopped him. They abuse their power all the
We're probably
time.
going to be
It
ending the
drives
stream
me
here in about
nuts.
15
I was
minutes,
a cop.
so-
I know what they're allowed to do, and it just absolutely drives me nuts when I see them abusing us and abusing their power like that. It really upsets me. That guy did nothing wrong. Yet he delayed him on the side of the road for 20 minutes. Now he's out of position with his storm. That's bullshit. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I don't. We as a country need to draw the line. We got to hold the Constitution. You know, I don't know if you guys saw the parade video. I hold cops accountable now. I tell them off. I don't care anymore. I was one. I know what they can do. And when that cop put her lights right in my broadcast, right in my face, and she wouldn't move them, and she was a bitch to me, I filed a complaint on her right there on camera, right in front of everybody, with her sergeant. And I told her sergeant what she did is earning the hate. That's earning the hate. You guys are tired of everybody hating the police? It starts with you, brother. Okay? If you want people to stop hating the police, let's get back to proper policing. Let's take off all of that army man shit that you're wearing, okay? Let's take off all the tactical gear. You're not fighting a war, okay? You're going to a domestic call to help two people out that are fighting. That's all. You are not going to war. You're not in Afghanistan. You're not a door kicker, okay? You don't need to wear all that shit. That's the number one problem with cops today, is they show up and they don't look like cops anymore. They all have their shit in different spots. The uniform is no longer uniformed. And they show up with all this stupid shit on. What does all that shit do? When I was a cop, I had a gun, 2 magazines. I had pepper spray. I had a taser. I had handcuffs. I had a little medical knife. And I had a glove pouch in the back. And that was all I carried. That was it. I had a Miranda card and a notepad in my pocket and 2 pins. I did the job just fine. Look at all the shit they're carrying now. I saw one the other day wearing a CPR mask. I said, you know, I was a fireman for almost 20 years and I never used a pop-out CPR mask. Yet you carry one around all day long. The chances of you using that are 1 in 10,000 maybe in your career, 1 in 5,000 in your career. But you're carrying it. Why? Because it's more stuff. They want to look like look at all my stuff. I've got so much stuff I can't even put my arms down. I have to hold my arms up. I got my gun strapped to my leg because I got so much shit I don't have room for it. It's ridiculous. You should look like a policeman. You should have a button-up shirt. They don't even wear uniforms anywhere. They're wearing golf shirts down here. They're wearing T-shirts. They're all wearing different colored shirts while they're on duty. They all wear different pants. Some wear khaki, some wear black, some wear green with a gray stripe. What are we doing? They picked the name uniform for a reason. Because it's supposed to be uniformity. It's supposed to show that they're uniformed, that they show up in a uniformed fashion, looking in a uniformed fashion. It's the perception of professionalism. When they show up now and they look like a bunch of damn slobs, they show up now with this shit all hanging off of them. And then the first thing they do is act like an asshole to everybody around. The moment they're an asshole to me, I call them on it. Stop being a jerk. You work for me. God, I can't stand that. Where we've gone wrong is we've allowed them to call us subjects. That's where we started. When I was a cop, we called everybody one of two things. You were either a subject or you were a suspect. Or you were an arrestee. Those were the only three statuses we had. You were a subject. Why do they call you subject? Well, it goes back to the days of the king. Yes, subjects are people who are subject to the will of the king. The reason the cops call you subject, I'm out with 3 subjects on the side of the road. The reason they do that is because you're a subject to their laws. It's an ego thing. It's literally, I was a cop, I know. It's an ego thing. I'm out with subject. They're my subjects. I'm out with 3 subjects. I'm not a subject. I'm a citizen. You're out with 3 citizens, okay? You're out with 3 individuals. You're out with 2 men and a woman. Why does it have to be 2 or 3 subjects? Because we're subject to their laws and their rules and their whim, quite frankly. They choose whether you go to jail or whether you go home to your family. They choose whether you have the money to feed your family this weekend. They choose these things. And they choose it for us. Because we're the subjects. You see what I mean? And now they dress like we're in Iraq or Iran or Afghanistan. They dress like we're the bad guys, like they're at war against us. They come walking. Last night, they parked right out here across from my house. And they went down there and they were harassing one of my neighbors over something. All right? They come pulling up 3 or 4 cars, lights out, driving dangerously, almost hitting my cats. And they pull all up in here, and they all go sneaking up on somebody's house, and they're looking through the windows. That's not curtilage, asshole. You're not allowed to go looking through people's windows. You're only allowed to walk from the driveway to the front door. It's called curtilage. You can look in anything you can reach from that pathway, you can look in. That's it. They're not allowed to go in your backyard and look through your windows. They're not allowed to do that. It's a violation. It's a constitutional violation. But they do it all the time. So they dress up looking like you're the bad guy, looking like they're at war. Who are they at war with? They're at war with you. You're the subject. You're subject to their whim. They look like a bunch of slobs. They all got gang symbols on. You know the blue line flag? That's a desecration of the flag. You know we're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to take the American flag and put something else on it like that. You're not supposed to. It's against flag code. But they can. Why? Because they're the king. We're the subjects. I can't put John's Lawn Service or Starship Adventures across an American flag. It's considered poor taste. But they can. They have the blue line flag. That's a gang flag. Don't you see that? That's become the symbol for we protect each other. That thin blue line flag has become the gang sign. Hey, man, I know you roughed that guy up, but hey, man, thin blue line, I got your back. Yeah, that guy was fighting him. The cameras are slowly starting to weed out these guys because they can't get around the fact that they're wearing a camera now. They get away with a few because they didn't turn it on. They get in trouble for that a little bit. There's a few more. There'll be one where it's really bad and they'll toss it out all over the bridge and say, oh, I lost it. I don't know what happened to it. When these guys, when they beat the shit out of somebody and we go down to get the footage, they won't give it to us. Those cameras aren't for you. They're for them. They protect them when they're right. But they don't protect you when they're wrong. That's the problem with body cams. They're always disappearing. They're always, oh, the file was corrupt. It's bullshit. Government transparency has gone away. All right? Our sheriff here doesn't even feel like he answers to the people. Things happen and days go by. He won't even tell us what's going on. You're the subject because, yes, you are subject to the power and the control of the government. And they're the instrument of the government. And they wonder why the hate for law enforcement is at an all-time high. Why? It's not because of bad guys. It's not because of bank robbers that people don't like cops. It's not because of lawmakers that people don't like cops, maybe just a little bit. It's not the color of their car. You know, it's not the reason that people don't like cops. It's not any other reason other than one thing. They're treating us like shit. And it needs to stop. Oh, in front of my house, about 1 year ago, sitting in my bedroom. Looks like a God blessed disco in my bedroom. Okay? Red, blue, white, red, blue, white, red, blue, white, red, blue, white. I got up. I put on my big black robe that goes all the way to my ankles. And I wrapped it all around me and I tied it up. And I got my phone and I went out there. And I walked right up to my fence. I was about 5 feet from this cop. And the man, he had stopped right in front of my house on a bicycle. This poor man's poor. I know who he is. He works down the street. He lives down the street. He rode up to the store and bought him a pack of cigarettes and a 6-pack of beer, and he was rolling back to his house. And you know why he stopped him? He stopped him because he said he didn't have a tail light on his bicycle. He had a headlight, but the cop still wasn't happy. He wanted a headlight and a tail light. Subjects in my jurisdiction will have a front and a rear light on their bicycle. So he stopped this man at 2 o'clock in the morning and woke me up out of a dead sleep sitting right next to my house with his light still set on day mode, flashing so bright I can't see. I walked right up there and he never saw me. And I'm standing right 5 feet from him. I was a little worried he'd shoot me. I'm standing there and he's talking like nasty to this guy. Goes, where are you going? What are you doing? I know, where'd you buy drugs? I know you bought drugs earlier. And he's like really hammering this poor guy. This guy's not that smart. He's like Downs or something. And he's hammering this guy. And the guy, he's got a cigarette in his mouth that had kind of gone out. He says, put that cigarette out. So the guy drops the cigarette and he smashes it out with his foot. The guy writes him a $250 ticket for littering the highway. Lee County Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Carmine Marcino, tyrant, wrote that man a $250 ticket after telling him to put the cigarette out. He made that guy stand there for 20 minutes while he stroked the ticket out, printed it out, walked up to him, made him sign it. The guy's like, I'll never be able to pay $250. That's more than I make in 2 weeks. And the cop goes, I don't give a shit. Then we'll just issue a warrant for your arrest. That's exactly what he said. And that's exactly why the cop's doing it. Because it gets all these dirtbags out here with warrants. They do it on purpose. They go out and stroke these dumb-ass tickets on everybody out here in my poor neighborhood. They stroke these tickets to everybody. Why? Because they can't pay them. And when they can't pay them, they get a warrant. And their sergeants love when they go out and arrest warrants. So what they do, they write him a ticket. 60 days later, he'll have a warrant. And now he gets a freebie arrest out of it. And the system loves it because we're exercising the system. Everybody gets paid. We need more tax money. The sergeants love it. He gets promoted by points. The points are based on arrests, not convictions. They're based on arrests, not convictions. A cop can never have a conviction in his career and he'll just keep getting promoted right up. They don't care about quality. They only care about numbers. It's quantity. And we're subjects. When that cop wrote that guy that ticket, he says, "You're free to go." And the guy rides away and he gets about 10 feet away and the cop turns and I said, "You're a real piece of shit." I said it right to his face. I said, "You're a real piece of shit." And I scared him because he didn't know I was standing there. And he says, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm standing in my yard watching a tyrant screw with one of my neighbors, and I'm not happy about it. And I'm going to tell everybody I see about this one." He said, "What you just did was nasty." I said, "What gives you the right to hurt that man? It takes 2 weeks for him to make that kind of money. Why would you hurt?" And he gets in his car and slams the door and takes off. Wouldn't even talk to me. I asked him for his name and ID. He wouldn't give it to me. That's the kind of tyrants we live here. And by the way, they're finally getting cameras. Finally getting body cameras. There's still a bunch of them running around here without body cameras. Body cameras came out 10 God bless it years ago. And that tyrant has fought body cameras and fought body cameras. He's now got the county commission on him to get body cameras. They've given him the money to get body cameras. Hold on, guys. Let me see what's going on. Everything's cool. I'll be right back.
Everywhere. Bean burrito, bean burrito, bean burrito, bean burrito, bean burrito. And we're just gonna keep going north on this road. Hopefully the speed limit speeds up here eventually. I don't know if it's going to. This road is kind of crappy, but
Oh, sorry about that. People are not used to me being on before 9 o'clock. I support law enforcement. I generally am on the side of law enforcement. You know, when I see them being abused, or, you know, I see somebody resisting a lawful arrest. They were trying to arrest a guy that had warrants. He ran through my yard. One of my family members here and I both grabbed the guy as he ran through, and they caught him because we grabbed him right through my yard, over my fence. The cop was right behind him in hot pursuit. We grabbed him, knocked him down, tackled him, and then the cop just came up and arrested him. I'm pro law enforcement. Okay, I was a cop. I'm a retired fire chief. I believe in public safety. Okay, and that's why I'm so upset. I'm upset that it's devolved into this. It was starting to become this way back in the 90s when I was a cop. I started noticing more and more cops just treating the average person like a piece of shit. And now that's how they treat everybody. Everybody. I was pulled over. They ran a drug dog around my car. I told them, I'm former auxiliary. I'm former law enforcement. I know what you're trying to do here. There's no drugs in this car. And they ran the dog around and it said he hit. And I said, no, he didn't. I used to work with K9. I know you had it. You told him zits. You actually, he told the dog, he put his hand, he did this. And he told the dog, zit, zit, zit. And the dog sat down. He go, there's an alert. I'm like, you lying son of a bitch. I watched him do it. I watched him. canines, it's all bullshit. The whole drug sniffing canine thing, it's all bullshit. It's complete bullshit just to get in your car. Now, they've stopped sniffing for marijuana now. As of this year, they're no longer getting dogs that even sniff for marijuana anymore. But still, it sniffs my car. There was no drugs in my car. They flop my car, pull my shit out of the back seat onto the ground and everything, and then let me put it all back. I went down and filed a formal written complaint. They never even got back to me on the written complaint. They just don't give a shit anymore. They don't care about us because we're subjects. We don't really have any rights anymore. And when you exercise your rights, you know, and the last time I told a cop, he asked for my ID, I said no. I said, you're not getting my ID. I'm not driving and I'm not being arrested. Those are the only two reasons I would ever have to give you my ID. Not driving, not under arrest. You have to give me your ID. No, you need to stop lying. I don't have to give you anything. You don't have to answer their questions either. Why is this? There's two identical severe thunderstorm warnings issued for the same storm. And that is weird because this storm doesn't look like anything. It just doesn't look like anything. And yet they're issuing on it. So I don't know. I think this whole thing's kind of winding down for tonight.
I don't want to let it come into my way as well. Thank you.
So I remain like I've been for a long time. I'm pro-civil rights, I'm pro-constitution, and once we get past those two things, I'm pro-law enforcement. So in other words, as long as the cops are doing what they're supposed to do, I'm 100% pro-law enforcement. I support them, I donate to them, I've raised money for them, I've worked campaigns for people I felt needed to be in there. It's important. We need it. I was one. But what we don't need is all this unconstitutionality that's going on right now. What we don't need is cops that are just out abusing people, because that's the mentality now. They call us subjects. That's all you need to know. Yeah, you can file complaints all day long on law enforcement and you just never hear anything back. They always investigate themselves. They rarely find that they ever do anything wrong. Because why? Who investigates cops? Cops. Right? Well, I think air conditioning people should investigate bad air conditioning people. How about that? I mean, think about how stupid this is. They're the only people in the world that get to investigate themselves. I want you to think about that. If a fireman breaks the law, the cops investigate it. If an ambulance driver violates the law, the cops investigate it. If an air conditioning service provider violates the law, the cops investigate it. But when the cop violates the law, they investigate themselves. And they rarely, ever, ever find anything wrong. How many times just recently that they found nothing wrong? They went and investigated themselves. They found that they did nothing wrong. And then the video comes out. And the public is outraged. And the department has to go back and change the decision that they made. What changed? It's the same case. It's the same violations of the man's civil rights. Why all of a sudden is the cop now in trouble? Why all of a sudden have the charges been dropped on the individual? Why? Because public outrage. The only thing that holds police accountable is public outrage. That's it. And the only thing that gets public outrage is video. That's why we have to video every time we see a cop. You can never trust that their body cam footage is going to be there for you. You can't. In fact, if they do something wrong, I can almost guarantee you it won't be there for you. They conveniently lose all the bad body cam videos, okay?
Exactly what this feels like.
Trust me. Oh, it's a glitch. Oh, somebody hit the wrong button. I don't know. We'll find another reason later. You know, I get no respect. I mean, it's just crazy when you think about it, that they've got these cameras. They control who gets what video out of the cameras. They control the investigation against themselves. They control the punishment that gets handed out to the people in their department. They control everything. So the sheriff tells his investigators, none of my guys do anything wrong unless there's public outrage. And that's pretty much how it works. They'll investigate 400 uses of force and find that 2 of them were excessive. Well, you know there was more than 2. It was probably more like 70% were excessive. But the statistics won't show that. And then at the end of the year, they'll come out and say, hey, we investigated 400 uses of force and we found that we did a good job 99% of the time. You investigated yourself, you asshole. That doesn't count. You don't get to investigate yourself. Prick. God, I can't stand that. Who thinks that that's normal? Do you think it's normal that people get to investigate themselves? I mean, I wouldn't be okay if the police department had to investigate the sheriff's uses of force and the sheriff had to investigate the city's uses of force. That would be a step in the right direction, but it's still cops investigating cops. They never find that they did anything wrong, ever. And we just accept this as people. I speak from someone who was a cop, who was a firefighter, who was the chief of a department, executive. I also speak as someone who's worked for 15 years in the local media. I have some very unique points of view on all this. I've stood up for both the rights of police and the rights of people that have been abused by police. I don't want to defund it. I don't want to scrap it. We need it. We need our police. But we need them to stop talking to us like subjects. Stop treating us like subjects. Stop pulling us over for the stupidest little thing and then complain to the city council that you need more money because you don't have enough time to investigate murders. You're pulling people over for seatbelt violations. It's a victimless crime. Cop driving down my street right now. Just pulling out on the hard road. I wonder what he was doing. I don't trust these guys anymore. I lock my gates so that they do not have access to my curtilage. If you lock your gate with a chain and lock, they can't cross it without exigent circumstances. That's so important. Don't ever let a cop on your property. I don't do anything wrong. I don't do anything illegal. I pay my taxes. I don't do any drugs. I don't even drink. I do everything above board, everything legal. And I'm scared to death of these people. Because you don't have to do anything wrong to be treated like a subject. And that's another thing. They don't get your stuff back. If they find your car, they smash into it and run it off the road. There's never one thought about you getting that car back in one piece. That's never part of the equation. All they give a shit about is being able to beat that man up when they pull him out of the car. They love pursuits because they automatically get to do an ass whooping. It's unconstitutional, it's illegal, but they get away with it. They get away with it in 50 states. You run from the cops, you're going to tow an ass whooping. And your car's getting towed too. And if you steal a car and they get up behind your car that this asshole stole from your house, they get up behind your car, guess what happens? They pin it right into the side of the bridge. They don't give a shit that it's your car. All they care about's the arrest. They don't give a shit about you getting your property back. Every complaint anybody you've ever known has filed, did anyone ever get their shit back? Do you think there's cops out there looking for your shit? No. Because guess what? Returning shit to subjects does not get you promoted to sergeant. Drug arrests get you promoted to sergeant. High profile arrests get you promoted to sergeant. So that's all they spend their time on. They stay busy on drug arrests so they don't get bogged down with paperwork on your senseless little burglary. Okay? And you know, when I was a cop clear through till today, they don't do anything to get your stuff back. They don't. When I was a cop, they would tell us, go write tickets, go out on the road. I'm like, what about all these people? We fill out all these reports. We fill out all these reports. We got VCRs stolen. We got CD players stolen. We got TVs stolen. I'm kind of going back 20 years ago. We got all this stuff stolen here. Shouldn't we be trying to get that back? No. There's one guy downtown that's assigned to all this bullshit, and you know whatever. Look, we're not going to get any of this back. We're not going to waste our time even looking like we're going to try to get any of this back. And that's how they look at it. So what are they there for? They're there to keep you safe. Well, when you need a cop, they're never there. The last time I called a cop to come help me took 35 minutes to get one. So they're never there when you need them. Why is there never an available cop when you need one? Because they're all tied up on parking tickets. They're tied up on marijuana arrests. They're tied up on DUIs. They're tied up on all this senseless misdemeanor bullshit. That's why. They're all tied up on all this stupid bullshit. We need to prioritize what our law enforcement does. There needs to be priority set. Solving murders needs to be number one. You know, Fort Myers police, they only solved 27% of their murders a couple years ago. 27%. Yet every day, they're at the foot of that bridge running radar. Go solve the murders! God, I shouldn't have to tell you this. What is wrong with you people? They got 7 cars working a traffic detail. There hasn't been a person killed on that bridge in 20 years. But yet we got 7 cops running a radar detail in a town that only solves 27% of their murders. What is wrong with us as a people? And they can't see it. They're not smart enough to see it. No, they're smart enough to see it. It's just a lot easier to sit on the side of the road and pick the low-hanging fruit. That's the bottom line. Merlin, they treat everybody like that. I was a cop, and they treat me like that. Every encounter I have with the police, they talk to me like a piece of shit. They talk to me like a subject. I'm an upstanding citizen. I pay my taxes. I work at one of the largest privately owned broadcast conglomerates in the country. I produced the #1 talk radio show locally. And yet, every time I have an encounter with the police, they talk to me like shit. They treat me like shit. Whether it's the clerk or the dispatcher or the cop on the side of the road or her sergeant that shows up. It doesn't matter. They treat us like a different class of citizen. That's the problem. You can be rich. You can be poor. It has nothing to do with money. You can be black. You can be white. Most of the time, I don't think it has a lot to do with that either. Although there's still a lot of profiling that goes on with traffic stops. That still has not ended. They used to have a code. I don't remember what it was. BFW something. It was white people in black town, black people in white town. They used to have these little sayings when I was a cop. If you were a black guy driving through a white neighborhood after 10 o'clock, you got stopped. They just made up a reason. They were doing this back in the 90s. My God, today it's standard procedure.
See that on stream? That was freaking right.
White guy driving through black part of town, middle of the night. Well, he's obviously just bought cocaine. I mean, that's the way they look at it. I got pulled over 4 or 5 times in 1 year, and I finally went and started filing complaints. Why? Because I'm working a security gig. I actually have an armed security gig that I'm working, and every time I leave there at 4 in the morning to head home, I'm a white boy driving through Blacktown. Guess who gets pulled over? Can we search your car? No! You can't search my car. Yes, capital felonies should be the #1 priority. Capital felonies are anything you can do life for. Rapes, murders, capital felonies, okay? Should be first. All resources should go to that first. Because I don't give a shit about speeding. I don't give a shit about all this little misdemeanor drug charges. I don't give a shit about them coming to your house and making sure you're watering the grass on the right day, or making sure that your dog's not barking, or making sure that your music's not too loud. There's all these stupid things that these cops spend all their time doing. Meanwhile, they only solve 27% of their murders. And yet every day they're out there running traffic. There needs to be priorities set. It's just that simple. Say, look, if you're not solving at least 60% of your murders, we're going to shut down your Marine Division. We're going to shut down your Traffic Division. We've got a real problem down here with these Marine Divisions. I don't know if I told you guys about this. Trey Radel, the guy that hosts my other show that I produce, show's listened to by 120,000 people a day. Big show. #1 show in the area. He goes on there. He says, yep, we went down, this was about 2 years ago. He says, took my boy down to the 10,000 Islands. It's a neat area south of Marco down here, way down in the bottom of the state down there. And there's like 10,000 islands, and everybody just goes out and camps on the islands. They get in their boat. It was his buddy's boat. So Trey and his buddy and the 2 kids get in the boat. They push off. They're heading down to the island. He already knows which island he's going to. You don't have to sign in or anything. It's just open land. They get stopped on the way down here. They get stopped. They're boarded. Their names are run. The kids are crying. They're upset. They've got long guns. They terrorize this family. They check their holds. They check for fish. They check their life vests. Absolutely freaking ridiculous. And guess what? No PC. You don't need PC on the water. That's why I won't even go out in a boat. I won't even go out in a boat because you have no rights in a boat. Gets to the island. They set up camp. They set up camp about 1 o'clock in the morning. They're sleeping in their tents. They're awoke by men with AK-47s or whatever they were, AR-15s. They were AR-15s anyway. They're woke by men with AR-15s shining bright spotlights. The kids are crying. Everybody's upset. It's a big mess. Get out here. Everybody stand up. Get out of here. Stand up. Let us see you. Get out your driver's license. Everybody get out your ID. 1 o'clock in the morning. They go through all their bags. They search everything. And then they tell them to have a good night. They get in their boat and they go away. The next morning, he's packing up camp. They're getting ready to leave. A third agency shows up. Now this Coast Guard, Florida Fish and Wildlife. Now we're talking the Sheriff's Department, I think. They show up. They pull up right as they're getting ready to leave. get them all out of the boat, make them all stand there like prisoners, like subjects, all with big long guns, scaring the kids. Kids are upset. They never want to go back in a boat again, by the way. These kids have never gone back in a boat again. What are we doing to ourselves? They go through all their bags. They go through all the holds. They search the boat, everything. And then they hand them their license back and say, have a good day, be safe.
Thinking Taco Bell, but that's just me.
They get in the boat.
Thinking Taco Bell.
They were going to go do a bunch of stuff. They get in the boat. They go straight back to the dock. They put the boat away, and that's it. The guy sells the boat. They never go back out again. Done. What are we doing to ourselves? It's two men with their boys on a camping trip.
I don't know, I'm craving Taco Bell.
And they were held at gunpoint and searched and ran. And their bags searched and their persons searched. They never did anything wrong. What are we doing to ourselves? Why is this like this?
That's fair. Well, we're not going.
How has this become normalized?
I think we go through San Angelo. I want a cold, crisp Baja Blast.
It's disgusting. Our cops are out of control. They call us subjects because they think of us as subjects. They have a crack addiction. It's called ID. First thing a cop does, they don't even ask you who's the victim, what's wrong. Everybody, ID. I don't. I haven't given a cop my ID in years. They've asked. They're not getting it.
Yeah, it just looks like a line pretty much producing potentially strong damaging winds.
Why is that?
Isolated incidents.
Because you're a subject of the king, that's why.
Not really.
You need to give your license so the king knows who they're dealing with. It's disgusting. And we allow this to happen.
I don't know why it says we're in contact because we're not even.
And all this, and I try so hard to support law enforcement. I'm a former cop.
Oh, it's a thing, I swear. So the location only.
And I'm disgusted at what I see out of what's become of law enforcement.
It's always out.
It's oppressive.
Works.
It's disgusting.
The location only updates when we go past the dollar.
Law enforcement needs us right now, just like we need them. They want the hate to stop. They have to stop it. The hate's not on me. The hate's not on you. The hate is on them. It wasn't created by anybody else but them. Law enforcement has created all of the hate that they deal with today. They create the hate by dressing like army men and treating us like they're fighting a war against us.
No, thank you.
They earn the hate by calling us subjects to our face.
No, go away. No.
They earn the hate by writing us stupid, senseless tickets to take food out of our families' mouths when they don't have to write them. They only do it because they're pricks. When I was a cop, I kept the warning book on top. I probably didn't write 20 real tickets the whole time I was a cop for 8 years. I wrote warnings. We didn't want to go to court. We just wanted to get people to slow down or whatever. It's not like that no more. They don't care what you're doing. They want in your car. They want warrants. Warrants and drugs. Warrants and drugs. Warrants and drugs. That's all they care about. They don't care about getting your shit back.
We have too long to go on this dang road at night.
Thank you, Noble. I'm passionate because I've been on both sides of this. I was a cop, and I've been treated like shit by cops. I was treated like shit by cops when I was a firefighter. We filed complaints on 2 different troopers that ended up getting reassigned. They were pulling our volunteer firemen over for running their red light on the way to a fire legally. They had the permit and everything. And they were pulling them over and writing them tickets. And we were getting the tickets dismissed. Cops just, they get egos. They love to be pricks. And we've got to find some way to bring these people down off their high horse because we need them. But they cannot treat us like this any longer.
I don't think I've seen a single car drive. I think I saw one car like a long time ago. That's it.
Yep. No, I agree, Merlin. I mean, they got you over a barrel anytime they stop you. Yeah, Merlin, they were doing that at some of these ICE protests.
Suffer a little bit of
They were dropping condoms full of piss.
market intersection somewhere, or we may just kind of keep going north here. Plunge right through that line of storms.
Arresting people is an amazing ego trip for these egomaniacs. You know? It really is. I mean, they just love it. They literally drive around all night and everybody they see is guilty of something.
Not discrediting the other Discord, whatever, that's fine, but I do want a different Discord.
I don't know. I don't know what we do. What do we do to fix it? I don't know. I know that we have to continue to push for accountability every day. We have to push for accountability every day.
I hardly do it either anyway, so. We're gonna right up next
All right,
to
let's do a little reset. Hi, Mama.
faster if I go that way. Actually, it's probably not a bad idea. Oh my gosh, there's other people on this road. No way. There's other living human beings on this road, chat. I can't believe it. People actually exist out here. Be 5.4 miles.
These cameras are such garbage. I'm so sick of these cameras I bought. What a terrible decision.
So we'll stop at that farm to market intersection. We'll kind of figure out what to do. If we go directly north, we're gonna slam right into the store. And I don't really feel like doing that at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I bought these two OBS spot cameras. They're OBS spot.
The
And,
lack of lightning flashes is surprising.
They're just garbage. They
Lighting up on radar.
I don't know. The picture on them's great, but you can't shut the AI off. It's always doing its own thing and flying around, and they don't work well with the computer. Like right now, it's, you know, I was going to do our little thing here where I say, hello everybody, it's Starship Adventures, but the bottom camera is completely locked up. Look at that. This is the kind of shit that I deal with here. I don't know why it has to be this way, but it is. Anyway, this is Starship Adventures. My name's Ian. The show is The Sights and Sounds of Earth. I'd like to welcome everybody that's joining us for our regular show tonight. Our regular show does start at 9 p.m., so we're now picking up our regular folks that might have not known we were live or not able to come in till 9 o'clock. Yes, Noble. That's going on a lot. It certainly is going on with ham radio. The HF radios now only cost a fraction of what they used to cost to make, but yet the price is going up. Yeah, there you go, Merlin.
It's starting to rain. Everything is going to melt. It's acid rain.
All right, so thank you everybody for being here. I am going to stay on for another hour or so. We are watching storm chasers around the country. We lost Tornado Pagey here, so I'm looking right now for another live storm chaser that's out there right now that may be able to give us another view. It is getting dark. There's not much we can do about that. We have had some great views today, although no tornadoes.
Have a good one, Liz. Thanks for tuning in tonight.
Okay, I just switched it out. That's Jeff Smith up in the upper left corner now. And so we still have all live storm chasers on. But I do believe that this entire system is weakening. It did peak out. It peaked out earlier about 5 or 6 o'clock, and it's been kind of winding down. We're down to just the severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We've got one way up here now in Montana. This is a new one up here.
Well, about a mile, Chad.
All right, there we go. That's a Montana storm there. Yep, Merlin. I'm finding that to be great with AI. I mean, that's kind of one of the things I'm really enjoying about AI is using AI to make programs that use AI. And I'm just the hunter log thing that I was doing. You guys know, for those that are ham radio guys, you know POTA. When you go do POTA, you go out and you do a park, and then when you get done with your park, you submit your own log. Well, when you're a hunter, you don't submit a log, which means you would have to get the information from them, or you'd have to write it down when you make the contact. Well, when I'm doing it, most of the time I'm traveling, so I don't write down the contact, right? So I make contact with park 2398. Hey, okay, back and forth, good, there we go. But the problem is they log that, and I can then go see it, but I have no way of importing the hunter log and making it into a Cabriello file or an ADIF file so that I can enter it into my logbook. Well, here's the thing. I got a hold of POTA. I said, why can't you just give us a little download button that will allow us to download our hunter log as an ADIF file, and then I can send it straight to QRZ and then on to Logbook of the World or whatever else. You know what the response was? No, you need to keep your own logbook. Those are things that other people logged. And it was just, the guy was an asshole to me in the email. And I'm like, wow, dude. So I wrote back, I'm like, look, it's valid information. As long as you check it and make sure it's valid, what's the problem? And he writes back, it's not your log. I'm like, oh, okay, asshole. Let me show you how this works. So I've now made an AI program that you go over to your hunter log and you copy your hunter log, go to the AI program, paste, download. And it will download, that's it. It's paste, download. And it makes you a usable ADIF file that has all the information and locations and everything all in there. It even puts the park and the park number as the comment in your contact. So it's all set. And it's working. So they can kiss my ass. And now I'm going to publish it. See, that's what happens when someone pisses me off. I go and just make it. So now I'm publishing this as a workaround for these people because they won't give us a download button. And I wrote him back finally and said, that's fine. I'm just going to make something that will do it. And he wrote me back and said, we at POTA would appreciate if you didn't make programs that suck data off of our programs. I'm like, screw you. I'm copying something that's already printed on my screen. It's not like I'm using their system resources or something. Oh my God. I'm kind of convinced that this old man that I was talking to didn't even know what I was talking about. So anyway, that just gives you an idea of what you can do with AI. You can take AI and use AI to make a program that uses AI to do something within your life. Trey Rado, I showed him about 3 weeks ago. Hey, dude, this is great. He says, what can I do with it? I told him, here's some ideas. He went home and just started playing with it. He has built this whole news aggregator now that aggregates all his news and it puts it just exactly the way he wants it. And it's only certain topics and certain subjects with certain dates. And he has become hyper specific with this. And what a great thing. I mean, and he loves it. He's like, this thing is absolutely amazing. So that's pretty cool. Now that camera moved on its own, so look at that. It's moving on its own. Now I'm going in, the tracking is off. The AI mode is off. Everything is off. Yet it still keeps moving on me. I am so sick of these cameras. I cannot tell you. They just suck. All that, I spent $340 on these two cameras. And they don't serve me well at all. I for the life of me can't figure out why you can't turn all that shit off. Normally what I have to do is go to presets and set a preset. So I move this to here and then I make that preset 1 and then I hit preset 1 and then everything grays out and now I think it's locked on preset 1. Let's hope anyway. It just infuriates me. Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are even talking about, so I'm just going to let that go. Is that some kind of reality game you guys are playing? Yeah, I generally don't play any games, especially those kind of games, because it just ends up wasting all my time and I get nothing done. Anytime I'm idle, you know, I have general 0 hour. I played maybe an hour this last week. I don't play that much, but I do. But the whole time I'm playing, I have that feeling that, you know, I really could be getting something done. I really could be helping my success rather than sitting here on this video game. And I always have that feeling when I'm playing video games. It sucks. I do that. I allow myself, if I get this and this done, then I allow myself an hour or two on my game. Eric Swalwell. Yeah, I can't stand that guy. I really can't stand that guy. Yeah. Now he's in trouble. I think it's great. Oh God! All these people involved in this Minnesota healthcare fraud, they're all fleeing. They're all leaving the country. They're trying to arrest them, but they can't get them. They're all fleeing. At least the fraud's going to stop. But that's it. There won't be any accountability. Oh, that's cool, Yellow. I think I've heard of Second Life. It's like Sim City type of thing, right? I played Sim City back like 20-something years ago. We were playing it at the fire station when it first came out. That's how long that thing's been out. Jesus. Yeah, I'll make sure I'm monitoring that. All right, looks like we lost another one of our storm chasers. So, all right, got the White House up. JD Vance should be speaking over this channel. And the audio is up, so if it comes on, we will hear it. Yeah, SimCity, we were playing that on, I think it was Windows 3.1.1 for workgroups. It might have been 95, I'm not sure. It might have been Windows 95, the more I think about it. No, it was Windows 95 we were running that on. All right, so we're monitoring the White House channel, which is where this will be. It's always best to do press conferences between 9 and 11 o'clock because that's when most people are observing some part of prime time. Your Florida people, it's maybe 9:32, but now your California people, it's 6:32, they're home. So this is right now, the 9 o'clock hour is the best time. That's why Monday Night Football always starts at 9 o'clock. That's why your big presidential addresses are at 9 o'clock. Your State of the Union speeches are at 9 o'clock. That's why. It's because 9 o'clock is the best time to get the most households in attention.
Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis.
Look, I think we lost our second storm chaser. Yep, we did.
Us and the Iranians bridge the
That's
gap.
it. Everybody's going offline.
We have been at it now for 21
And
hours.
there's Corey Gherkin.
and,
He's still out.
We've had a number of substantive
And this
discussions
is
with the
Brandon.
Iranians.
That he's still out.
The bad
He's
news
at a
is
gas
that we have
station.
not reached
Looks
an
like a
agreement.
pilot. No,
I
it's a
think
Love's.
Bad news for Iran, much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So
I think you
we
can
go
get
back to
Trump
the
and all
United
at Love's
States
now.
having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could. And they have chosen not to accept our terms.
Yeah. I started playing Command and Conquer Generals in '97 or '98, and that's still my game. 28 years later, and it's not
Well,
the new
I
version
won't
of the
go into all
game.
the details because I don't
I'm
wanna
still
negotiate
playing
in
a
public after
22-year-old
negotiating
version
for
of the
21 hours
game.
in private. But the simple
Now
fact
I'm
is that we
running
need to see
shitloads of mods, and
they will
I
not
run special
seek
mission
nuclear
maps,
weapon.
and I
They will not seek
run all
tools that
kinds
enable
of
them
stuff.
to quickly achieve
But it's still running on the
nuclear
original game
goals
engine.
for the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything, and also did the Iranian frozen assets come up, and did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds, where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, where does this leave the Strait of Hormuz?
Are we going back to war, sir?
That was quick. Holy crap. He couldn't have spoke for more than a minute before I put him on. Wow. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Doesn't sound like it's going all that well. Good old Schmuck Schumer. Well, it depends on what you consider smoke. Is it, what it was reporting that there's really nothing. There's nothing going on. They offered some stuff, and Iran said no. They're not willing to meet us somewhere. We're going to end up bombing them back to Jesus' days, I'm telling you. And that's fine. I'm still expecting more on Discovery when it comes to the alien stuff. I'm expecting more disclosure before Trump gets out of office. We're not done. We're in disclosure right now. It takes time. Oh, look, we've got an ICE protest. Imagine that shit. These people with their upright format piss me off. Okay, so we've got a dancing gay person. What else do we got? I just wonder what ICE did with all those dildos they kept throwing over the fence. Perfectly good dildos. A lot of women out there sad right now. I mean, was terrible. Let's see if we've got any gnats out there. They're playing copyrighted music. Guys, they're stupid. They're just stupid. They want people to put it on YouTube. They want the local media to show up. They want to get their word out. They want to make a big deal. They want to make a splash. And what do? They yell F ICE, F ICE. They put F ICE on everything and they play copyrighted music. Those are the three things you can't do. Those are the three things you can't do. It's almost like liberals are the stupid party, okay? Literally. You're going out there to make a stink so that people will put it on TV and every sign says the F word on it. They aren't going to put that on TV. The government doesn't allow them to put that on broadcast television. Just like YouTube will eventually demonetize me. When they start saying F ICE, F ICE, F ICE, if I let that go for very long at all, I lose monetization on the entire video, and there's nothing I can do about it. So why do they do it? Does it make any sense to anybody why they would purposely mar their video in such a way that it doesn't make it on the nightly news, it doesn't make it on the local news, the pictures don't make it in the local paper, if there is one yet still, and the YouTubers can't cover it. Only people covering it are small channels that don't monetize and things like that. So yeah, I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. All right, Texas, have a good night. Just so you guys know, I will be signing off in about 30 minutes or so. The weather is piped down. For those of you who don't know, I've been live now for 3 hours. I went on several hours early tonight to cover the what was looking like it was going to be some tornadoes, but it ended up not being. They're issuing on this little puny piece of shit storm? Really? Oh my God. I don't think I'd have wasted my time with that one. What's this over here? At least that looks like a little cell going through Craig. A little bit of rotation in there, but not much. No jungle, so let's see how interested they are in being bombed all the way back to the Stone Ages. I mean, they're already halfway there. It's entirely possible. I don't remember anything specifically at Disney about mermaids. I'm trying to think. Was that something they were doing with the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, or was that you know which ride that was in? The only reason I'm asking is because I'm a Florida buff, and you might be thinking of a thing called Wiki Wachi, which is down here about 100 miles from there, but they featured, you would sit in this area like a bar restaurant viewing area, and there's the whole wall was a tank, and they had mermaids that were literally in mermaid suits swimming all around, and they had little hoses with little bubbles coming out, and that's how they would breathe. And we would watch the mermaid shows, believe it or not. And that was at a place called Wiki Wachi. I also spent a lot of times in a place called Silver Springs in Ocala. Man, I don't think there's going to be any nukes being used anytime soon, but hey, you never know right now. We've got a lot of nuclear-armed countries that are involved in all this shit, whether we're talking Russia or China or even some others that might have some nuclear capabilities. Yeah. Looks like we've got about 20 people at this protest. Wow. Does anybody know what we're protesting? I assume it's ICE because we're in front of the ICE facility. There's got to be 40 people out there. Yeah. Thanks, Bing. You're useless. I hate when Bing pops up instead of Google. It really is useless. Google at least tries, but Grok does much better. Oh. I'm going to go sleep like a baby here in a little while. I don't know why I'm so tired. I have been, for like 2 weeks, I'm constantly yawning. I'm constantly tired. I think I've reached a peak in my schedule where I just can't do anymore. Okay, so if 50 people are at this rally, do you think there's 50 out there? I don't think there's quite 50, but let's say there's 50 people, okay? 50 people divided by 345 million people, that means that as a percentage right now, do you know how many people in America showed up for this protest? 0.00001449% of the people in this country showed up. In other words, 50 people represented roughly 0.000145% of the population, or about 1 in 6.9 million Americans. So to say that these protests are stupid is an understatement. You know, in Europe and places like that, protests have hundreds of thousands of people. They get 5% of the population that shows up, 3% that show up, 7% that show up. Here, we get 0.00001449% that show up. Because it's a joke. These people that are out there, they're not protesting. They're hanging out with friends. They're dressing up. They're cosplaying. They're doing all kinds of fun stuff. They get to dance around with a gay flag. It's amazing. They get to do the whole bisexual flag thing. Yeah, it's awesome. They get to accept everybody except who they're not accepting. You can quote me on that. I hate this upright broadcasting. Oh, what are we having? A sword fight with chickens? It's a chicken fight. She just hit him in the dick with that chicken. Did you see that? She literally dick smacked him. I think they're playing, but still. She dick smacked him with that chicken. That's not funny. Mama, what are you doing? No idea what she's doing. She treats the studio like it's hers. I mean, she lives here. I just use the studio during the day. She lives here. A Chick-fil-A shooting? And I'm going to tell you something else. Don't be surprised if Trump bombs them back tonight. I'm telling you. Trump's one of these people that when it's time, it's time. He'll do that. He'll tell them, well, we'll wait a few days and see what happens, and then he'll bomb you tonight. That's the way Trump is. Now, if he has an agreement, he keeps the agreement. But right now, we have no agreement. There was a ceasefire. They originally agreed to it, and now they've gone back on it. So we're justified in whatever we need to do at this point. New Jersey. Mama, I'm busy. Can you go over here for a minute? Typical. It's a weekend, and nobody's working. You can have the worst shooting in the world happen, but if it happens on a Saturday night or a Sunday, you're not going to get anything reported on it because the media's at home and none of them want to come back to work. They don't even have this on their website yet. And the stream is recorded. I'm checking all the news sites in New Jersey right now to see if anybody has anything live on this. Incredible. You guys have no idea how bad news services suck because you really don't get a feel for it. But sometimes, man, these news services just suck. If you have a plane crash at 4 in the afternoon on a Wednesday, they're all over it like flies on a turd, okay? But you get a plane crash at Saturday night at 9 p.m., your two crews that you have on are going to have to deal with it because they don't call people in for shit. Nope, they're all posting about a stabbing incident this morning in New York and a brush fire that was burning earlier today in New Jersey. That's everything. That's all that they're talking about. I hope I'm not getting sick. I've been coughing all night. My throat is ruined. Nope, nobody's live. Nobody in New Jersey's live. If anybody finds anything live on anything, let me know. I can see that, Merlin. All right. All right, well. Boy, this Starfleet Academy thing, man. You know, they went woke. They're going broke. This was the worst viewership numbers ever in the Starship franchise, in the Star Trek franchise. Now Holly Hunter apparently is suing Paramount. She wants the rest of her money. I think Paramount should say, hey lady, your show sucked. You know, your whole kitty cat Captain Barefoot routine didn't work. Maybe you should not get the rest of your money. Oh yeah. I started doing that photo. I don't receive very many checks. I get maybe one a year, two a year, but it is convenient to just take a picture of it and it's done. I don't think it will let you post links in here unless you're a moderator. But if it's something you want us all to see, then just tell us what it is. We'll find it. I don't think it'll let you post a link. That's a YouTube rule. It's not mine. My moderators can produce links. Yeah. I'm not feeling well. I hope I'm not sick. Oh man, I'm just sitting here going downhill. I'm coughing and my throat's hurting and I'm tired as hell. All right, guys, it's 10 o'clock. Let's go ahead and do a last call in the chat room. I know I normally stay till 11, but I came on 2.5 hours early, so I've been on 3 hours and 15 minutes. However that works out. I'm really going downhill. Yes, I can dispatch. The problem is I need to go over there while you guys are all over there so that I can make you mods. So what I'm going to do, and we'll do this right now. All right, I'm pulling up that channel now in my other browser here. And I'm going to go to the one that says the 7-2, just to keep it simple. Okay? So I'm going to the one that says the 7-2. I'm going to go in there. If you guys pop up in there, I will make you a mod if you're already a mod on this channel. Okay? That's the easiest way for me to do it, because I need to see you on the other channel in order to do it. So let me just make sure that I'm signed in right here. I think so. Yep. Okay. I just realized there was something wrong over there, but I just fixed it. All right, so now I've got the 7.2 up. Refresh. Yeah, Noble, it's fun to say that, but where does that get you at the end of the day? You if you don't support any team, you'll always lose the game. So, you know, it is what it is. But just to say, they're all corrupt, I hate them all, it's all dumb. It's not that simple. It just is not. There's shades of gray. There's people that are nearly good and people that are nearly bad. People that are a little good, people that are a little bad. People that are a lot good, people that are a lot bad. There's a lot of gray area there. It's just too simple to say that. Okay, Dispatch, I just made you a mod. And Jungle Jordy, I just made you a mod. If anybody else out there is a mod now, and you would like to be a mod over on Starship Adventures, Starship After Dark channel, click on that link I just put in, go to that video, and say hi to me in the chat room over there, and I'll make you a mod. If you guys have not subscribed over on Starship After Dark, please follow that link and go subscribe and hit the thumbs up. That would be great. Okay, I don't see anybody else popping up. Noble, every human ever has always used fear and control. It's always been this way. It's been this way since cavemen days. Nothing changes. This is the life. This is the way it's lived. Humans are always corrupt. There is always good and bad. There's always white hats and black hats, and even the white hats aren't perfectly white. And this is the way it is. And if you think everything's going to change, you're nuts. So get off it. It's not going to happen. This is the cards we were dealt. We have to deal with it. Everybody's just corrupt, and the whole system. Yes, it's all everything's corrupt. Everything's corrupt. The good guys end up being corrupt for good reasons. It's still corruption. So I mean, I'm not like arguing or yelling. I'm just saying I feel that the argument that they're all corrupt, there's nothing I can do, the whole world sucks and everybody needs to change, that does nothing but just take up a line on the chat room. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't look towards positive change. It doesn't move in the right direction. It doesn't get us to anywhere we need to be. Yes, look at the world. It sucks. What about it? Nobody's going to take control and change the humanity. This is just what it is. We just all have to try to do the best we can. But I mean, nobody's ever going to change any of that. Okay, you guys are both coming up as mods. Anybody else that's a mod, if you want to be a mod on Starship After Dark, please go to that link I put in and go there and type something in the chat room, and I'll make you a mod over there too. Yes, I believe that we are moving in the right direction away from corruption more in the last 16 months than I think we have ever. We've done more to push back against waste and push back against fraud and push back against the liberal hordes and all the bullshit that they do, the tax and spend environment, the socialist cry. We're pushing it all back. And so just giving up and saying, well, it's just all corrupt. It's just all terrible. No, you have to fight every day. You have to go out and fight every day, and you have to pick the team that's closest to your ideals, even though they're not perfect. Who is we? Who is we? Are you an American citizen? Are you talking we are going to fix our own problem? Is that what you're saying? Yes, Dom, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Most of this could have been solved by them just keeping up with infrastructure demands. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't understand that statement about if we come here. I don't know who we is. I don't think anybody can come here and change everything. It's human nature. Who could possibly change everything? Because the only thing, in order to change, you have to want to change. Human corruption has been around forever. That people don't want to change that. That's the way it is. So are you trying to say that extraterrestrials are going to come and straighten us out? Is that what you're saying? So you're an extraterrestrial, and you're they would have either left and wanted nothing to do with us, or they would have already taken us over and taken our resources. I don't believe that there's anybody out there that's contemplating anything. I think the aliens that are out there don't want or need our attention or our company. I think they get what they need now, which is to study us and steal from us. I think that's all they really care about. The last thing these people would want to do, these aliens, is to come here and deal with some lower life form that's so corrupt like we are. Then why have you not already? And further, let me ask you, what gives you the right? What gives you the right to come to our planet and fix us? Fix us how? In your own image? I don't understand that. I mean, an alien, if you're truly an alien, and you're telling me that your people would come here and fix our little wagon, why aren't they then? Where are they at? It's not our planet. Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. This is our planet. I was born here. I live here. This is my planet. And if you guys come here, you better have big guns, because we will defend the place. There's no alien race is going to come in here and tell us how to live unless they can overpower us, first of all. And I don't know what right you would think you have to come here and tell us that we have to change. As much as I don't much like the way we're going, it's our world, it's our life. Of course, I know you think that it's your world and that we're just like a scab on the planet or something. I don't know. You can tell that I'm getting frustrated and fearful in the tone of my voice. Do I sound fearful to you? Have you ever heard me sound fearful? How would you even know what that sounds like? Then do it! Do it! Telling me I'm fearful. Kiss my ass. Seriously? You tell your friends to come now. You tell them to come now. We're ready. Your people are mad at us because we're starting wars, so they're going to come here and start a war? That makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? Real righteous folks, these aliens. That's just wonderful. You know what? You're no better than us. If you would come here and fight us and destroy us because you don't agree with the way that we're living on our planet, screw you. You don't have that right. You don't have the right to come here as a different race and tell us how to live. You don't have the right to come here to our planet and start a war. You don't. And if it was your planet at one time, it sure isn't now. It's going to take a lot of bug spray to get rid of us. Bring it on. I agree. Yeah, there you go, Dom. They're like the Borg. They don't agree with the way we live here, so they're going to come and assimilate us so that we'll live the way they want us to live. You're no different than the Borg. Resistance is futile. That's terrible. To come in here and threaten that your people would come here and make us live a different way. Wow. I didn't say I wanted to fight you. I said I would defend my planet. There's a difference. If you come here, you're the aggressor. If you come here, we have the moral high ground. Remember that. And if you come here, you're the one that's committing genocide on an inferior race. Just remember that. You're the Nazi. You're the Borg. Space communists, they're the worst, man. The worst. They're even worse than Earth communists. I agree. Herman, it's the weird that makes life interesting. You know, I could have left an hour ago, but I like to hear what people have to say. And if I don't agree with them, then I debate with them. I don't agree. Do I think this person is an alien that's in my chat room? I don't know. I don't know. There's a very good possibility he's not, but I don't know. But listening to him, now I'm fairly convinced he's not. Because anyone that's in space, that has the ability for interstellar travel, that has the ability to reorganize matter, that has the ability to travel faster than the speed of light, anybody that can do that, I would think, would not speak like he does. Like he's going to come in here and take us over because he don't like the way we run it. And telling me it's not my planet. So, there you go. Judgment's coming. Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. My God, Noble, now you're talking like Jesus Christ. Believe in me blindly or to be damned to hell. That's the same thing the kings told us about the Bible. Holy shit. Really? You're pulling the King James Version? Seriously? Holy shit. The believers will be saved and the non-believers will be cast down to hell. They'll be cast down to hell and all of damnation for the rest of their entire spiritual existence because they didn't bow down to the higher power that there is. Somebody's already done this trick, dude. It's been done before. My God. To think that aliens are going to come here and pull the same card that they pulled last time. I mean, come on, dude. Seriously? Believe in me or be cast to hell? They did that already. I've seen that show. The Mormons still do it, too. That's cool. I hope you have a channel. I hope you have free speech. I love it. I do, too. You've been coming in here for a while. Hell, I made you a moderator. You know, I'm good. Somebody talking about I'm an alien. Okay, I have an open enough mind that I want to know more. And then I hear more, and then I want to know more. But then we get to the point where the aliens saying all the same stuff that Jesus said. I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, we've done that one already. Follow me or be cast to hell. That's fear mongering. That when you were talking earlier about how all politicians use fear mongering, and then you just did it to me. Wow, that's awesome, dude. Think about the hypocrisy. Think about that. You just told me that you can't stand being threatened by politicians. You can't stand politicians using fear as a tool. Yet you just used fear as a tool. You just told me that I have to believe in something different than what I believe in now, or I will be cast out. Wow. That's crazy. It is, literally. Wow. I mean, that's good. I mean, I love when hypocrisy's right in your face, like the gays and queers for Hamas. I love that because it's right in your face. The hypocrisy smacks you in the face. And that's what's going on here. The guy that told us he hates all politicians because they all fearmonger is in here fearmongering. Yes, believe in what you can see. I think that's good. I think that's really good. That's the fundamental basis of most science. Believe in what you can see. I do, yeah. What can I see? Well, what have I seen that shows anything, that proves anything of what you're telling me? When should I expect your friends to show up and kill me? If you are an alien, why don't you prove it? If you're truly an alien, do you have technology? Or are you here spiritually somehow, but don't actually have contact with your people or the technology that they have? How does that work? Are you, have you been sent here as some kind of ambassador to go on the internet and fight for what you believe in? Hey, what would behoove your people to send you here to tell us about them coming here to hurt us? I don't understand the whole process here. Why would this even be something that your people would do? Send you here to give us some? Are you giving us a warning of things to come? Are you some kind of talisman that's here to warn us of things to come? Oh, I'm sure you are. I'm sure you're the captain or the chief, or maybe the Grand Poobah, or the Supreme Leader, or the Darth Vader, or something. I mean, if you're going to be an alien, you might as well be the big alien, right? The big head, you know? Be an admiral or something, or maybe the president of Earth or something. So why would they send one of their highest ranking officers here to live among us? Are you part of an expeditionary crew, or are you part of a communications team, or was it just some kind of happenstance that stranded you here? What's the circumstance for you being stranded here? And why have your people left you here and not come and gotten you since we're so bad? You've been sent here to save Earth? And you've chose to do it in my chat room? Do you think that's a wide enough audience? I mean, really? Well, there's 600 or so people have been in tonight. But I mean, if you're going to save us from ourselves, you probably need a bigger audience. Who are you leading? Is there others of you here? I mean, who a leader leads? Who do you lead? Are you leading some kind of invasionary force, or are you some kind of precursor to what's to come? Money means nothing to you. Okay, well, that's short-sighted considering everything's done with money. I figured you'd know that. Where are the others? Do they work for you? Do you guys have meetings on Tuesdays? How does it work? Where do you get your communication from? Do you have technology? Do you have technology? I notice you're not answering any of my questions. Do you have technology? Are you in contact with your kind? Oh, telepathic. Well, that explains everything. That's convenient. Cool. So the big head comes to you in the middle of the night? I mean, I've got an open mind, dude, but seriously, none of this makes sense. I mean, sounds like another one of those stupid conspiracy theories that have like 50 holes in it. So you can telepathically communicate with these people who are off-world? I mean, how far away are they? Are we staying on a star base on the dark side of the moon? Do we have a large ship that they're staying on while they're waiting? Or are they hanging out at the planet, just kind of waiting to go? Wait like an invasion force. A base on the dark side of the moon. It must be cloaked since we didn't see it. Yeah, we've got high-res photographs of the backside of the moon that were taken from 3 different countries over the years. Plus the recent mission that just got back took some of the best high-definition photographs we've ever taken of the dark side of the moon, which is not actually the dark side of the moon. Yes, I know that. So yeah, we have these pictures. We're going to have these pictures. I'm sure we won't find a moon base there. It must be cloaked, I'm sure, right? It's cloaked. That's still pretty good for telepathic communication when you're talking about microwatts of brain energy and you're able to talk to somebody that's 100,000 miles away. That's pretty good. On the other side of a moon, where normally you'd have communication blackout. So that's interesting. Everyone misunderstands us. Well, I think it's because of the way you present yourself, okay? First of all, if I was an alien, I would not go into chat rooms and start telling people, hey, I'm an alien, and we're going to come back and fix your little effing wagon one day. That doesn't make any sense. If I was an alien and I wanted to save people here, I would use my technology that I have, and I would use the things I know to convince key people that I am, in fact, who I say I am. You're never going to convince anyone in here that you are who you say you are, not because we don't have open minds, but because, quite frankly, it's outlandish. So you would need to have something to add to it than just a story. I mean, this is blind faith that you're asking for. Are you saying we should give up the blind faith that we already have in Jesus Christ? Are you saying we should give up the blind faith that we already have in our Lord and our God, the Creator? Should we give up that faith and have a new faith now? A faith of some alien that came into my chat room one night to save us all? Well, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the Bible does it that way too. You guys, did you write the Bible? Because you're just like the Bible. Seriously. Yeah, I give a 50-50 chance that Jesus was an alien. I mean, there's a real good chance. Were you guys the writers of the Bible? Because you do it the same way. I want to know. Inquiry minds want to know. But remember, I'm all stressed and upset. Remember. I will see soon enough. Do you have a date? Do you guys use the same calendar? Because I'd love a date. Maybe a time even. I'd like to get my affairs in order. Maybe write a book. So you wrote the original Bible and then humans changed it. Interesting. Okay, so your planet spins a little slower than ours. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. And Bajor has a 26-hour day, and I think Kronos is 30. Anyway, yeah. I will soon see enough. When? I'm 56, dude. How long's this gonna take? I really was hoping the aliens would come before I die. You don't use the Bible for fear, but yet you came in here and threatened me with fear. You've tried to distill fear in me tonight in this chat room. You even told me I was expressing fear, that I was showing fear. You use fear just like everybody else has used fear. You're no better than the humans. You came here and said, you're going to use fear to make us act the way you want us to act. You're no better than anybody else in this universe, my friend. Nobody. You're no better than anybody else. You said the same thing that everybody else has said all the way back to the Bible. Follow me or go to hell. And you just did it. You just did it. You started the whole thing tonight by saying that you hate corrupt humans, you hate fear, you hate the way politicians use fear to control people, and you used fear to try to control us tonight. You realize that. You did. You used fear to try to control us. Threatening to have your people come here and fix us and to correct us. We are the bad guys for destroying the illusion. So, Noble, are you trying to say that you're the creator? Are you the creator? Are you God? Is your people God? I'm not fearful. I'm not fearful at all. Matter of fact, I've been saying bring it on for the last 45 minutes. Yes, dispatch. Yes. They're claiming to be an alien that's going to come here and fix us and change us to what they want us to be. And that they're coming in force. Absolutely. And now he has no comment. Of course, when you say no comment, that's actually a comment. No, they haven't. I guess they haven't evolved past hate. They certainly haven't evolved past threats. So setting you free is bad. I don't even know what that means. No one's setting me free. Destroying the government and leaders are bad. Jesus, I don't even know what to say. Yes. I don't know what that... So setting me free is bad? No, I guess not. I'm already free. I feel free. I can do what I want. I own my property. You know, it's not perfect. Destroying the government and the leaders are bad. I don't even understand what that means. No, I do not want you to destroy my leaders. We need them. No, they're not good. Yes, they suck. There's corruption. Half of them are socialist Democrat pieces of shit. But we still need them. We need our leaders. If they're not leading well, then we need to get different leaders. Oh my God. You're going to set me free so I'm not a slave to my government and the leaders and the rich? Look, I love the rich. I don't know what world you live on. I know it's a different one because you're an alien, but I don't know what world you live on. But guess what? I've never worked for a poor person. Rich people are what makes the world turn. Rich people own the company I work for and treat me very well. You hate rich people. You hate everybody. It's like, but yet you're an evolved being. Are you a gray? That's a good question. Are you a gray alien, a blue, a reptile? What are you? That's stupid, what you just said. The rich have no honor and are not noble. That's stupid to make a blanket statement like that. Most of the philanthropy in this country, most of the money, 90% of the money donated to places that feed homeless people are made by people that are rich. My God. Just hating people because they're successful makes you a little man. It really does. You shouldn't hate people just because they're successful. Just like you shouldn't hate people just because they're black or just because they're Jewish. Holy shit. People that are rich, they earn that money. They worked hard for that money. Maybe not every one of them, but most of them did. Getting rich is why we work so hard. Wanting to be rich is why we put so much effort into these damn YouTube channels. I want to be successful so I can travel across the country. And I'd like to do it before you guys arrive and fuck everything up. If there was no hope to be rich, we wouldn't have any inventions. If there was no hope to be rich, we wouldn't have these amazing businesses and services that we have today. The reason most things are invented in this country and not anywhere else in this globe is because of the way we run things here. Freedom ignites inventors to invent, creators to create, entertainers to entertain. It's that freedom that's made us great. And you wanting to get rid of all of my leaders and just flush them out because they're leaders and get rid of all the rich people that write all the paychecks? It's foolish. It's foolish. Listen to yourself. don't understand the human mindset, you sure have a lot of human frailties there. You have a lot of the negative things that humans do, you do as well. Let me just put it that way. Oh, Jesus, the rich kill the poor, the rich cheat the poor, the rich lie to the poor. Oh, my God, you're so self-righteous, dude. Seriously? You know what else the rich do? The rich runs companies that invent things. The rich run companies that go to the moon. The rich run companies that create cures for diseases. You demonize everything. You demonize our government. You demonize our politicians. You demonize our rich. You demonize our systems that make our lives better. Where's your equipment? Where's your stuff? Where's your people? Bring them on. I'm ready. You guys ain't no better than we are. I can tell just from what you said. If you're really an alien and you're really talking like you really think, you ain't no better than we are. What do I care if a planetoid blesses me? The rich creates the jobs. The rich creates the inventions. The rich create the corporations. The rich create the food that we eat. The rich create everything. Why do they create it? Because they're rich? No, they got rich creating it. You've got the whole thing backwards. These are the successful people. These are the people that did it right. They're not evil or demonic. Are some of them nasty people? Sure. I know most of the nasty people I know are poor. I work for a rich guy. He's great. He's nice to me. He writes my paycheck on time every week. We make good money together. Why can't you see that? My God. Humans have it backwards. Do we really? I wasn't the one that night to... There's only one of us in the chat room tonight that threatened to bring your society here to destroy my society. There's only one person in the chat room that did that tonight. Are you guys the Illuminati or something? I mean, how does this work? How do you exert your power here? Just in my chat room? Is that how your entire race of people exert their influence here? In my chat room? Are they in everybody's chat room? Are they in Portland Andy's chat room every night? Are they in, where are they at? What other chat rooms? Are they in Carlotta's chat room every night? Are they in Ryan Hall y'all's chat room every night? They're in JRB Investigations chat room every night? Are they in whatever? I don't know. Think about it. Oh my God. You came all the way here from another place to hide on the back of our moon. And then you somehow got here. I don't know where your spaceship is. You haven't told us where your technology is yet. But you made it here somehow without technology. Did you have a spacesuit or you made it here? And then once you're here, your job is to now convince us that our system is wrong and that your system is right. And your people, being so smart, have decided that the best way to do this is YouTube chat rooms. You won't allow nuclear war? Good luck. Like you could do anything to stop it. Good night, Yellow. Have a good night. What gets me is people that will turn away from Jesus and turn away from God will then go make up their whole fucking new reality for themselves. It's amazing. And their reality that they make for themselves is very similar to what they had before, except now they're Jesus. Well, I know 2 bombs you guys missed. Not to mention all the tests in the desert. You guys have missed a number of bombs going off. Would you have stopped the 2 bombs that we dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima? Would you have stopped those? Would you have stopped those bombs? Because those bombs saved millions of lives. Those bombs ended the biggest war in human history. Would you have stopped those? Or let me guess, you guys decided to let those happen, right? I want to know, did you guys allow those to happen because you knew it was the right thing to do? Or were you unable to stop them? I would like to know that. Well, that's pretty stupid, isn't it? You never thought that humans would try to kill themselves with a weapon? If there's 2 assholes in a cave during caveman days, one of them stabs the other one. This shit's been going on since the beginning of time. Okay? My God. You didn't plan on humanity having a nuclear weapon? You didn't plan on it? You guys don't do a lot of planning, do you? I mean, not a lot of foresight. Holy shit. Oh, Thermal, I was actually expecting him to tell me. I was literally expecting him to tell me that either that those got their attention and that's why they came here, or I was expecting him to tell me that they weren't here yet and that's why they couldn't do anything about those. I was actually setting that up for him. I'm twisting words. I'm asking questions, my friend. I'm asking questions. You're not answering, but I'm asking. Nuclear weapons hurt everybody. Newsflash. Literally. I hear you, dispatch. Well, those nuclear weapons ended World War II, saved millions of lives, and those 2 weapons have kept us safe for 60 years. So, kiss my ass. 70 years. I don't know. It's been a while. So you can look at that one however you want. Well, an answer would be an answer. you're not answering any of the questions I've actually asked. I've asked questions like, how did you get here? Where's your technology? Do you have any technology? Why do you not use your technology to prove who you are? Why is your people using YouTube chat rooms to get your word out? Are you doing this because you're sanctioned by your government to do this? Or are you just doing this on your time off and you're having fun? These are the questions I've asked. None of them have gotten an answer yet. I didn't create any weapon, first of all. I haven't created any weapon. I have weapons, but they're my personal ones. I have not created any weapons. Look, everybody uses fear. I've said that from the beginning. Everything is based on fear. You came in here tonight pushing fear around, telling us that if we don't do what you say, if we don't change our ways, you guys are going to come here and F us up. Well, there you go. So you're the one doing it. I don't think you realize it. I think you're trying to toe the line here, but you end up being just as big into fear mongering and threats and everything else as the same things you were originally reeling against. You hate our government for the same reason that you should hate your own government. Your government feels like they can come here and change our planet whenever they want. They can come here and fix us whenever they want. You're not the civilized ones. Good night, dispatch. I'm getting ready to sign off myself. I've had it. I've been on over 4 hours. Yeah, these aliens, you know, people like this tell me, oh, we're aliens, we're here, and we're watching you, and we want to help you, we want to fix you, well, do something. If you've got all this technology, do something, fix something, make something, prevent something. But you don't. Yeah, okay, whatever. All right. You've got all these weapons and all these ships and all this shit, but you have nothing to show. Yeah, what do you use? Directed energy weapons, particle weapons? Or use your mind control to make us bleed out our nose or something? Are you talking about dark matter? I assume you're talking about dark matter. Yeah, that's another thing. All these aliens that are out there looking out for us, why couldn't they give us a safe way to make power? Why couldn't they, like you said, make our crops grow more? I mean, of course, I will admit, overpopulation is no longer a problem. In about 3 or 4 years, Earth's population will be net neutral. The United States is already losing population. Europe has been losing for years. China has actually taken the rules against how many kids you can have away because they're losing population. The whole overpopulation thing is debunked. It's bullshit. It's not happening. In fact, they're saying in 20 or 30 years, our population will be in a serious decline. Why? Because as we become more educated, we become more first world, as things become better out there, we want to have less children. We don't have farms that we need children to run the plows. We don't have children that need to be sent to factories to make money. We don't have any of these needs anymore. We're making everything ourselves. AI is starting to help with that. Everything's going great. We don't need to swear our children into labor anymore, and therefore we don't need to have all these children anymore. And just that one effect itself has created a situation where our population is in a decline right now. The only continent where population is not in some kind of net decline is Africa. And within a few years, that will change. Even Africa is slowly becoming first world. As they develop, the entire world will become negative. We're going to be at net negative every year. We're going to have less people on this planet every year. Yet we're still hearing the fear-mongering about not having enough food and being overpopulated. Nope, we create plenty of food. In fact, we create a surplus of food. We create so much damn food, we're making gasoline out of it. If that isn't the stupidest thing ever. We've got more food than you can shake a stick at. The potato farmers are all in trouble right now because they all grew too many potatoes. This Ozempic has got people not eating French fries anymore. So you're telling me we're out of food, too much population? It's all bullshit. We've already fixed those problems. Oh, give me a break with the rich. God almighty. You're an anti-capitalist is what you are. You're not an alien. You're an anti-capitalist. There's a difference. You just hate it because you're not successful. If you did something, if you had a talent, if you had a skill, if you had something you could do, even the hard work to put into a YouTube channel, whatever it takes to become successful, and you become the one that has the money, and you earn the money through your own success, it would be different. But when you're the one sitting there with nothing, working some menial job, can't figure out what to do to make your life better, not happy with the way things are going, it's real easy to start hating rich people. God bless it. Those damn rich people, they suck. They got all the money and all the food. They earned it. My God, it's the ability to earn money and become rich beyond the dreams of avarice that has made this country great over the years. Do you realize that? You don't realize that. That's the problem. You're like one of these leftists. If you can't be rich, you hate the rich. It's simple. Half of us strive for excellence. We want to be the rich guy. The other half of us, the liberals, the left, what they generally do, they, instead of working to be the rich guy, decide to set out on the plan of hating the rich guy. I hate the rich guy. I hate that successful son of a bitch. Really? Because he just, invented a medicine. Really? He just found a better way to do something. Really? Entrepreneurialism and the thought of becoming rich is what drives everybody, from Gene Roddenberry to Walt Disney. It's driven everybody over the years to strive for excellence because they want to be rich. There's nothing wrong with that. And it doesn't make them bad people. My boss is rich. He has to lay people off sometimes so that we can make a living. That doesn't make him a bad person. That makes him a businessman. I don't hate him. He laid me off one time. Brought me back a few months later as soon as he had another position for me. This is business. I don't hate him for it. He's doing what he has to do to keep the business going. so that I can go work there again. This is such simple shit. They're not evil, they're rich. And they're rich because most of them earned it. If someone does something really good and they help a lot of people's lives, they do a really good thing, they invent something, they create something, they build something, they mass produce something, whatever it is, that's good. We should be happy for these people. They succeeded in life. They're getting what they want now because they put in the hard work. That's the part nobody really wants to admit. Is most of these rich people got there because of hard work, intelligence, knowledge, tactics, strategies that worked. And the only people that don't like rich people are people that can't make it in this world. The people that walk around all day long talking about losers, rich losers, they're also, you're the loser. If you hate rich people just because they're rich, you're a loser. You've never been able to make it yourself, and you realize you're not going to make it yourself because of one reason or another. And so, you develop this hate for rich people. You hate the very thing that you want to be and can't be. It's terrible. The rich got rich off the hard work of others. You're not very bright. I'm sorry. You're not very bright. If that's really the way you feel, you think like a 12-year-old, okay? I'm sorry, but you think like a 12-year-old. That's crazy. That's crazy. No need to be rich. If no one could be rich, why would anyone work like we do? If no one could be rich, why would anyone go out on a limb and start a business? If no one could be rich, why would anyone go out and put in all the hours, hundreds of hours to put in, thousands of hours to put in to start a business? Why? What you are is a communist. If you don't think anyone should be rich, and you think that everyone should be the same, and everybody should get the same money, and everybody should live the same lifestyle, you are a communist. Obviously a closeted communist. But that's what you are. You believe in communism. You're either a capitalist, a fascist, or a communist. I think we've got you pegged. You're a communist. I'm a capitalist. Nice to meet you. You don't need to be rich to be happy. Who in the fuck is that for you to say? Who are you to tell me that? Who are you to tell me how I should live my life? Who are you to tell me how much money I should be able to make? Who are you to feel like you're the guy that decides how everybody's going to live? Oh, that's right. You're the supreme commander of the behind the moon people. You don't support any system, then you will always be a loser that will never be in the front of anything. It's that simple. You either embrace it and make it work for you, or you sit back and you point and call it names like you do now, and you'll never get anywhere. You'll never get anywhere in this capitalist system. You should move somewhere where they're communist. We're not going to let communist happen here, so I would move somewhere else. Maybe the communists would be a lot more open to some of your suggestions than us capitalists here in this country. And I don't need to follow your system. You can do whatever you want. The system is crashing. They've been saying that for 2,000 years. No, according to Noble, you should not be. Everybody should just make $10 an hour, and that's it. I mean, you know, I'm sure people will still want to go and do big, huge things and not make any money. I mean, come on. I mean, you literally speak like someone who's never taken an economics course, never taken a political science course, never taken an American government course, and you really like talk like you've only been reading your liberal friends on Facebook's comments. That's really what it sounds like to me. Trump and all, yeah. Well, that's interesting. I've spent I just went an hour longer than I was wanting to go tonight. I spent the last hour and 15 minutes arguing with someone who purports without any proof to be an alien who is here as some kind of precursor to an invasion because they're going to come and they're going to fix us because we're broken. And they're the creator, we're borrowing their planet, and they might evict us. We might have to move. I don't know. Do they give us 30 days? That's cool. Yeah, yeah. I did see one cop purposely spray mace up one of those fan holes in the back of those costumes. And as much as I think they're stupid wearing those costumes, I thought that was wrong what the cop did. But anyway. Yeah. All I'm saying, guys, is stay strong out there. Rich people, you keep doing what you're doing because you have made this country great. Truthfully. You have made this country great. They absolutely hate rich people. Donald Trump's in charge, one of the richest people we have, and he's doing a great job. So the way I look at it, I think the rich people are doing great. I work for a rich person. I have 3 private clients that are rich people. They all pay me on time. That I do great with them. I couldn't imagine working for a poor guy. I mean, maybe I could go clean house for some guy down the street that makes less money than I do now and see how that goes. I mean, it's just stupid. The whole point of the conversation with rich people is literally stupid. It's a stupid conversation. And yet I have it on this channel all the time because you leftists come in here and you start spewing this shit about how rich people are the devil and they're the worst thing that's ever happened to anything in the world. And what it is, it's success envy. That's what it comes down to, is success envy. And that's the bottom line. Anything else, guys? I'm getting ready to shut it down. I think we fought the aliens enough for one night. To the aliens behind the moon, bring it on. We're ready for your ass. And if my gun doesn't work, that's fine. Shoot me. All right? But we're ready for your ass. You want to come here and change the way we live because you don't think we're living right? Go fuck yourself. Come here right now. You come here right now. Come right now. Pussies. All right, guys, I'm going to let you go. It's been fun out there tonight, guys. Been a lot of fun. I do love when the crazies come in. It does make for an interesting night, especially when it's literally what we had tonight was a self-purported alien that hates rich people and government. Oh, here we go. Another one of these. Well, the poor die and fight in American wars while the rich get richer on every war. That's such a stupid generalized statement. Yes, okay, we can make other generalized statements too. The moon circles the earth until it finally flies off into space. That's another statement that's true. Anyway. I'm ill, I think. I think I'm allergic to aliens is what it is. He never answered if he was a gray alien or what kind of alien he was. He never answered anything about his technology. He would never answer anything about where they were actually from. He would never answer anything about why we have not seen their structures on the backside of the moon. He would not answer what technology he currently possesses here. He would not answer the question of why are you not going to show us something to prove who you are. He never answered the question of why is his people sending him here to somehow influence our population on my chat room with 700 people. Why? Was that the plan? Go down to Earth, and when you get there, get an internet account on the Al Gore internet, and I want you to go into not real big, not real small, just like middle-sized YouTube channels, and go in and convince them that we're going to come fuck them up if they don't do something we want them to do. So anyway, there you go. Whew. Maybe we should have one night just for aliens, you know, just only people come in tonight are aliens. Is that what he is, a Nephilim? Or an Illuminati? Or a Romulan? That's what I tried to ask. I asked all these questions and got no answers to any of them. The only answer we got was that the aliens don't like rich people. That sucks. I mean, if I'm rich, I'm thinking now I got to worry about the aliens screwing me up in the middle of the night. Come on. Midnight in the Desert. That's right. I wish I could play that song. I love that song. All right, guys. The storm's moved completely out of the radar view. That's how attentive I've been. I don't think there's any warnings left. Oh, yeah, we do still have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right here together. All right, no big deal. All right, well, guys, I hope you enjoyed it. I had no idea. I just, if you're rich, you might want to hide tonight because the aliens may be coming. I've pissed them off now. They were coming here to get in my chat room, and they've got in my chat room, and now they're upset with me. So rich people, I would watch your ass tonight. Well, the first thing you have to realize, and this is the bottom line. Here's my last statement on it. When people want you to believe that they're an alien, okay, the best thing you can do is not speak like a crazy person. Because you want me to believe in something that's hard to believe. So when you come in and say we're aliens and then start going off with we don't like rich people and we're going to come there and straighten your ass out, and then blame us for being the perpetrators of violence and blame us for fear mongering and all this, and then turn around and fear monger right in the chat room, right in the same chat room you were just accusing us of that. Trust me, if they were aliens and they were smarter than we are, then they would have addressed this a lot better. That's the bottom line. A really smart group of people that are 2, 3, 4, 500 years evolutionarily ahead of us, okay, are not going to send one of their people here to get in my chat room and try to convince us that we're in trouble. That's why I'm telling you. I'd love to have an open mind about him being an alien. I would. But he kept savoing it every time he would get going on it. It was like, oh, but you just told me not to fearmonger, yet now you're telling me you're going to come here and F us all up. I mean, I don't know. I guess the main thing is, if you're going to come in and you're going to act like an alien, you should act like you're smarter than we are. That's some advice for you. All right, guys, I'm going to let you go. What is this? All right. All right, everybody. Yep. You guys have a good night. This was fun. I love a good banter. No hard feelings. All right, guys. We'll see y'all. We'll see y'all next time. This has been a special long-form edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth right here on Starship Adventures, covering the storms in the Midwest and in the West and Texas. And we covered those earlier, and then we had our regular show after that. And then we bantered with an alien for an hour, and now we're done. So welcome, everybody, and good night, everybody. We'll see you guys next time right here on Starship Adventures. We'll be back tonight. Now, I will be out for part of the day tomorrow. I should be back about 2 p.m. So from 2 p.m. on, if there's anything going on, I will go live early. So hit that notification bell so you make sure you know when I go live, and then give it a check, because I will be going live at some point. If nothing's going on, I'm still going live at 9 o'clock. So we'll see you then. All right, everybody. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures. We'll see you down the log or on our next adventure. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Have a good one.
From the dusty sands of Iraq to the Holy Land shore, we stood tall against the tyrants, settling the score. Flying over the desert, fighting for what's right, waving old glory under that desert night.
Terror's got no place in this world we defend. With our allies in Israel, brothers to the end.
Oh, make America great like Trump always values from heart to head, and a terror and a commie and a lunacy too. Pro-America, pro-flag, red, white, and true. Standing strong with Israel, hand in hand we fight for freedom and faith under God's own light. Saddam's regime crumbled, we brought the light of day. No more hiding in shadows, we pay freedom's way. Trump knew the deal with walls and gold calls, kept the radicals running, built those embassy walls. Our bond with Israel, unbreakable chain against Hamas and hatred, we weather the rain.
Oh, make America great like Trump always said. Pro-conservative values from heart to head, and I terror, commie, and a lunacy too. Pro-America, pro-flag, red, white, and true. Standing strong with Israel, hand in hand we fight for freedom and faith under God's own light.
No room for the socialists spinning their lies, or the crazies dividing with their wild-eyed cries. We honor our heroes, the ones who gave all for family, for country, answering the call. Trump led the charge with grit and with grace, keeping our nation in its rightful place. From Baghdad to Jerusalem, the eagle soars high with stars on our banner, touching the sky. We'll never back down, no surrender inside.
Pro-Trump, pro-values, we'll win this fight. Oh, make America great like Trump always said. Pro-conservative values from heart to head, and I terror and I commie and I lunacy too. Pro-America, pro-flag, red, white, and true. Standing strong with Israel, hand in hand we fight for freedom and faith.
Forever inside.
All right, we interrupt this ender because we've just had the cops come out and arrest a bunch of people in Portland. They ran after a bunch of people there and grabbed them and arrested them. I'm trying to get the audio up right now. Damn it. This is live at the in front of the Portland Ice Center. This is they just ran out real quick and arrested a few people, grabbed them, drug them in there, and now they've gone back inside.
Specific that looked like an arrestable thing tonight.
Has Ethan been in the chat lately, or in the last couple minutes?
I haven't seen him in chat. I saw him down here earlier, though.
He was supposed to be down here with us.
No, fuck, did I see him down here? Maybe I saw him last night. He was in chat earlier tonight.
Last night, but we met him up here earlier.
He was down here.
Well,
oh, shit. Okay. Ethan, are you in chat? Oh, hey, Ethan's in chat.
Ethan's in chat?
Yeah.
Can you see if he's safe?
Ethan, are you all right? He says he'll be here soon.
Okay. Oh, there's spring water.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit! I've never seen them do that. They're choosing to do this on a rainy day. They're shooting water from the roof.
Spread the word.
They chose a rainy night. That's interesting. I wonder if that's new.
There's water. Is that the news water up there?
In the middle of the rain? What the hell? And it's going inward. One stream's going over the front of the driveway, but the rest of it's going over the back, like inside.
We are going to hold Earth. We are going to hold strong. They cannot make us back to life.
Like Portlanders are afraid of water falling on them. Exactly.
Hey, I think everything is working, so we're going to get the
April
sound.
showers bring May flowers or dildos.
Give me just 1 second, we'll get everything going.
I know, I was photographing.
Queen, thank you for the $1.99. Queen says, I hope that's not from the Willamette. The Willamette's way cleaner than it used to be. They opened up Poets Beach. Apparently it's supposed to be safe this month.
You're trying to grow out here? And it's fucking pouring rain. I cannot believe every single day, every time I come down here, you fascist bastards bring it to another fucking level. I didn't know your depravity and stupidity could fucking devolve any further, but here we are, 18 feet.
Hey girl, thank you for the 3 months epic fail on the water cannons. Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to stay with
They're
this for a
missing
few
everyone.
minutes
Yeah.
and see what happens.
Hey, what they're saying might not be water. They might be using chemical munitions. Who knows?
Right at them, you know? It would be interesting if they would do that.
These fascist cunts are not allowed to use gas munitions, chemical weapons. So they can look at this.
I was just wondering that, like, if it's not water, what could it be?
They can use gas.
Yeah, they could if they wanted to. Dildo cleaning? I mean, I'm trying to think, like, they could put, like, a dye, like a UV dye in the water and, like, prove that people had crossed the line. I don't know. I mean, they could put some kind of irritant in it. Why is everyone migrating over there?
Okay. Back up.
Yeah, so we got war cry by Northern Korea.
There's no.
I'm curious what's going on over there.
Get those cameras, get your light, guys. Nice. Find that green light on it. Find that green light on it.
Are you okay? You got news?
Oh. The counter-protesters are getting dildoed, I think. Oh. Nope, I'm pretty sure there's something in that water. Something just caught my lungs. It just felt like I got gas when I was over there.
Pan? Are you going to call out that behavior pan?
Come up here.
Are you going to hold that behavior pan? Have your camera going. Just let that camera going when they assault Katie
They
happen?
hit you where? Okay, this is what they do.
So I got me here. Ice. I'm getting hit with it. So we need to.
Okay. Yeah.
And they're following.
We're going down the
Protesters over
railroad.
there, man. The protesters over there is the ice.
What is that?
They're walking away.
Someone just poured something on the driveway.
Okay. Watch out. They're
Everyone's migrating. They must be going out the back.
This is how they behave.
I'm not sure who's spraying what.
Migrating down there.
I don't know.
Our chuds up. Oh shit! Yeah, that would make perfect sense if they sprayed mace, and I just got a little lungful of that. I'm sure that's what it was. Actually, that makes a ton of sense.
Hey, stop falling!
Yeah, they probably just let off a little mace.
Ridiculous.
Especially to my indigenous comrades.
His hands literally leading them.
Got some land back by the Oh, thanks. That's massive SOL. Or request on the line with Revolution Radio.
Yeah, you think about getting mace in your eyes, but when you breathe it in, that is no good also.
So, this is what YouTube does. Still own the streets. Okay, watch out, guys. Hey, stop following us. Oh. Hey, Ryan got me.
All right, guys, everybody went live. Right when all that happened, everybody pulled out their phone and went live. Now suddenly we've got 15 live streams coming out of there.
People are starting to walk back. I think they were going out the back gate. Everyone kind of ran over.
Yeah, I heard that too. Amazing Grace.
Going in and out.
One thing these people don't have is Amazing Grace, but there you go. I was literally playing the closer, and all hell broke loose while the closer was playing, and I literally scrammed the closer and went back into cover. I'm just sad that we lost most of the audience before I went back live again.
This is what YouTube does. You still own the streets. Okay, watch out, guys. Hey, stop following us. Ryan, did you get maced? Oh. Hey.
All right, this is live continuing coverage of the Portland, Oregon protest at the ICE facility. This is anti-ICE, anti-American protesters that are protesting against law and order, and they're protesting for people to break the law. This is people that don't like their country and would prefer it to be a different kind of country. Therefore, I have dubbed these anti-American rallies. They are.
Hey. Just making sure he's good. I'm gonna
cautious to see if Ryan's good because he's wandering. He can't see anything.
Those darn commie aliens.
Ryan, stop! Ryan! I'm nervous because he can't see anything. He's walking back to... Ryan! Ah.
I believe that person was a regular for a while because I had even made them a mod.
Anyways,
And then they
things
left
are really
and came back,
escalating
and when
down
they
here.
came back, they were an alien.
Like it was before Trump deployed National Guard. Not sure.
Over on one of my screens, I'm watching the typical Saturday Night Live sketch. Every single Saturday, they have to try to damage Donald Trump. That's what they use the show for. And they're over there tonight doing the same thing, making fun of Donald Trump and everything he does. I used to love Saturday Night Live, but for the last 20 years, it has been absolute shit.
Did you see what happened?
Okay, I bring it up some.
I'm live streaming here. I'm like BC Preacher. He's a saint. Please give him a follow.
Yeah, there's a lot of parallels between sci-fi shows, admittedly.
So Chris, they're surrounding us. They maced Chris and you can't see them. Okay, stay there. Stay right here. I got this. Okay, stay there.
Saturday Night Live went to shit when they decided that being political was more important than being funny. During the first 30 years or so, or the first 20 years, whatever, I mean, the Belushi years were great. The Dana Carvey, Will Ferrell years were great. And then after that, that's it. They went woke. They went left. Every single joke. There was a one of these research think tanks that went back through 1 year of Saturday Night Live a couple years ago, and they said that 96.5% of the jokes were anti-right and were pro-left. That's ridiculous. That's an agenda.
They have him surrounded.
Beldar Conehead, we will now consume mass quantities.
Oh, is that? I think I keep it. I brought water, all kinds of stuff because I heard that he got sprayed.
Chris is okay.
Zero's right there. Sorry about the camera, guys. Right there.
Okay, stay there. Stay right here. Just stay here. You okay? I tried to find Ryan.
Actually, it's 8 grams, I believe. It's 8 grams.
Huh?
As you're the one that chased people away. You're saying that they're the bad person. You act for an idiot. You're literally acting like a bad guy. Go back to your approach that.
I have Quincy. Chris, come on. I have Quincy. You go with Quincy. Chris, come on. Chris is okay.
Otherwise he's gonna go wide. He's got to play for them.
Chris, okay, Chris got aced. So let's try. No idea. And Chris, okay, Chris got aced. So let's try to pull him out. Ryan. No idea where he is. I tried following him. He got aced. Oh, you're ground zero, right? I'm with ground zero. Everyone's like, look out for him. Oh, you're ground zero, right? I'm with ground zero. Everyone's like, look out for him. I'm with you guys. You guys? You guys? I have Quincy. BC preacher. You go with Quincy. Chris, come on.
No worries, Matt. I've got about 3 or 4 more people too that I'm getting ready to do it. I just like to get to know you a little bit, and, you know, someone that becomes regular. But yeah, I do appreciate it. Thank you, and thanks for coming in.
Chris, okay, Chris got aced. So let's try to pull him out. Ryan. I tried following him. He got aced. Oh, you're ground zero, right? I'm with ground zero. Everyone's like, look out for him. I'm with him, guys.
So I don't have, any more drops on it. I do have a Sudacon in my back pocket. I don't think I need it. It's already better. I can always buy it back up. But I kind of sucked for a minute, though. I don't think so.
Hey, preacher.
Katie and Ryan sprayed some mace at some protesters. And I was downwind
Yes, they will.
just a little bit. I was far enough away, I didn't think.
Yes, they will.
Just to get like a little.
Okay, well, I don't know if there's going to be anything else happening here, but we're going to give it a few more minutes and see what happens. Thank you to the 20 of you that stuck it out. I literally had like 25 more people in here, and I said goodnight, and they all left, and then right then the cops all started rushing out of the ice center there, and they started grabbing people. I'm like, son of a bitch, and I was trying to like shift gears really fast and go back into live coverage again. Crowbar. Well, there you go. The guy that's doing the camera operating on the big camera in the middle sucks at it. I'm just putting it out there. He has basically videoed the ground the entire time he's been live. He is just a shitty photographer. What can I tell you? At least he's in horizontal format, though. Hey, Bob, they brought bagpipes. How bad can it be? Hey, Sanguine, what's up? Oh, we had a communist alien come in tonight. It was a lot of fun in the chat room for over an hour. Other than that, I was playing the closer, and the cops ran out of the ice facility and started grabbing people. So we shifted back into live coverage. We're now covering, we started out tonight with tornadoes, and we ended tonight with crazy anti-American socialists in Portland, Oregon. I'll tell you what, them space aliens come here, they better get a visa, because if they're illegal, Trump will deport their ass right back to SETI Alpha 5.
YouTube kicked you from the stream earlier, Tim?
Or was it SETI Alpha 6?
What's up with the sprinkler, P-Town? They just started 2 sprinklers going maybe half an hour ago in the middle of the pouring rain.
All this shit's about President Lee.
If any of my mods are in, if you go over to the 7.2 feed, which I'm putting in the link for right now, if you're one of my mods, go over to that link I just put in and say something in the chat room, and I will make you a mod over on Starship After Dark as well. I want to get you guys all over there. So any mods that are in here, go ahead and hit that link, go over to that other video, and then just say, I'm here in the chat room, and I'll make you a mod. And that way you'll be a mod on all the stuff we're doing over there as well.
Look at the way that it arcs back down. Light doesn't go up and then arc down. It's 100%
I hope I wasn't too mean to him. I called him a bunch of pussies and told him to bring it on. I hope I wasn't too mean to him. I really didn't want to be that much of an asshole.
It's just AI. Man, it feels like AI down here sometimes.
Oh, no, they're going to come here and they're going to force us to live like they do. But they don't use fear-mongering or anything. Yeah, I know it doesn't really work, does it? It is the wasteland of radio. That's why it's so fun. You know, right now, of all the feeds I have up, the 7.2 has more hits than any of them. I get 1,000 views a day on that channel. It's crazy. And also the view duration on that channel is longer than any of my other Starship After Dark channels. So yeah, you would think it wouldn't be anything, but I keep putting it back up because people want to hear it. They're not winning because we could end it anytime we wanted to. That's kind of the bottom line. is we could end this anytime we wanted to. All right, Matt, I took care of you over there. And Merlin and Crowbar, I got you guys and about 3 others on a list. We'll get you in there before long too. I promote quite a few moderators, but I also make sure I know you for a little while first. Well, that's what, when someone comes in here and says, all politicians are bad, all politics are bad, all governments should be disbanded, I'm thinking, what kind of world would that be? Are we just going to be anarchists? We're just going to eat off each other? I mean, my God, think about what you're talking about. That's why when someone who claims to be from a race of higher humans comes in and tries to convince me, something like that, I'm like, there's no way. Someone that tells me every one of your politicians is completely and totally corrupt, your entire system's a failure, everything sucks. So we're going to come here and bring our system, and our system works great, and we're going to force you to live in our system on a planet that you thought was yours, but it's actually ours. I'm telling you, he had a really shitty argument. I mean, come on, really? No, Merlin, I only watch science fiction. Other than a few comic movies that I like, I pretty much exclusively watch science fiction. I really don't watch a lot of movies or TV shows. And I'm not in the biblical movies. Everybody elects politicians, and then they blame the politicians, and then they re-elect the same assholes again. I'll never figure all that out. I don't understand it, but whatever. And then the part that got me the most was when he came in and said, you can believe in what we believe in, or we'll damn you to hell, basically. And I'm like, wow, Jesus already pulled this one. I mean, this is the way it always is. I don't know. The whole thing's messed up. It's one thing if you don't believe in religion, that's fine, but don't piss all over the rest of us.
That's why he had me from behind twice. You want to deny?
Why would someone who is from another world, that's living here on Earth on some kind of space mission, be in my chat room trying to convince me that they're real? It just doesn't make any sense. If they wanted to be out or to be known, they would make that happen. If they wanted to keep it silent, they would make that happen. Neither one of those scenarios fits with him coming in my chat room and telling me he's an alien.
There's nothing wrong with an entity. That's what I'm saying. I take it and forgive me. What's wrong with that? Jesus Christ. It's embarrassing. They say you're fucking kidnapping kids.
Yep, I would love to be out there. I would start interviewing these people. I would ask them, so what are you here for? We're here because we don't like eyes. Really? Okay. So if you don't like the way the laws are being enforced, then shouldn't you change the laws and not beat up the people that are just enforcing what the lawmakers made? I mean, if you don't like the laws, that's not the cops' fault, that's the lawmakers' fault, right? So you're fighting the wrong people.
Are you ready for them to be drafted into another forever war? in the Middle East. I fought in one of those in 2010, helping the province of Afghanistan. I was a fucking pro, dude. Personnel other than one.
Yeah, it could be Merlin. You never know.
Money directly. You know what I did? I built a machine of war.
That guy that flew into Area 51 on Coast, oh my God, that freaked me out. I did not hear it when it first aired, but I heard Art Bell air it at some point later on and then talk about it.
Where the Obama administration ran drones off of to kill terrorists. I'm like, sorry, my service, I thought I was going to be service to my country. I thought I was going to be service to all of you.
If there's anybody interested out there, if you've never heard the plane shoot down video from Coast to Coast AM, Art Bell, there it is. Take a look. I'm getting ready to sign off in a few minutes anyway. But yeah, on that one there, this guy claimed to be, this was back at the dawn of cell phones. He was trailing a long wire out of the back of his plane so that he could make a cellular telephone call at the time. And he called Art Bell and told him he was going to fly his plane over Area 51. And, well, you can listen to the rest. It gets very interesting. Is that bitch Oprah? Get off my channel. Get off my channel.
So much traffic.
Yep. I agree with you, William. Everything happens for a reason. Everything's connected. Everything, yeah, it is. All right, everybody's starting to go off here. We've just lost 2 of our feeds.
Scott Westheimer, thank you for joining me here. Court of our President.
I got another! Stand next to him! There's more on the driveway! Suck my motherfucking dick!
They're crazy people.
I don't want to be anywhere near that area.
All right, Crowbar, you have a good one. I'm getting ready to sign off too, guys. I don't think much else is going to happen here. They're starting to thin out. Several of the feeds have gone down. So we're going to go ahead and end it for tonight. I will be on tomorrow early if it warrants it. If not, I'll be on the regular time, 9 p.m. Eastern. So hopefully we'll see you guys then. This has been the Sights and Sounds of Earth. My name's Ian, and we'll see you guys. Well, it's almost midnight, so we'll see you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock for another episode of the Sights and Sounds of Earth. Good night, everybody. Safe dreams. See you tomorrow. This is the YouTube channel Starship Adventures, broadcasting live from Starship Studios in North Fort Myers, Florida, in the United States of America. We thank you for joining us this evening for another broadcast of the Sights and Sounds of Earth, covering every breaking news story across this troubled planet of ours. We brought you the raw, unfiltered pulse of the world in real time through our unique multi-screen format, broadcasting in high definition worldwide via fiber optic connection. Starship Adventures, a new kind of YouTube content. To our regular viewers, our loyal crew members, our amazing moderators, and everyone who tunes in each night at 9 p.m. Eastern, we thank you. Your support keeps this independent voice alive and well. We'll be back tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. Eastern with another live edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth, right here on Starship Adventures. Until then, stay safe, stay informed, and may God bless you and these United States of America. This is Starship Adventures, and this concludes our broadcast day. Good night, America, and around the world. Kilo Oscar 4, Echo Foxtrot Sierra, signing off. QSY, 7 3s, everyone, 7 3s.